I declare open this public hearing of the Trade Subcommittee of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade for the inquiry into strengthening Australia's trade and investment relations with Africa. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today. I would like to pay my respects to elders past and present. I also acknowledge the cultures of any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people present with us today. This hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the committee's webpage. I now welcome representatives from the Department of Home Affairs and Australian Border Force to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the Trade Subcommittee?
Thank you. Tiali Goodchild, First Assistant Secretary, Skilled Temporary and Capability Division, the Department of Home Affairs.
Tarani Vathanagay, First Assistant Secretary, Strategy and Border Modernisation in the Australian Border Force.
Melissa Catania, Assistant Secretary, Customs and Trade Frameworks Branch, Australian Border Force.
Ben Nichols, Acting Assistant Secretary, Temporary Visas Branch, Department of Home Affairs.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
We don't have an opening statement. Thank you, Chair.
That's all right. Yeah, no worries. That's all good. We'll go to questions. Okay, so I might just start with if you could provide an overview of the Australian system of tariff preferences scheme, how it operates regarding trade and investment with African nations.
Thank you, Chair. So essentially, as you've described, the Australian system of tariff preferences, we might call it ASTP, if that's okay, provides a system of preferential tariffs for particular countries. So depending on if countries are considered to be least developed or developed countries, there's a preferential system of tariff. And you would have seen that in our submission, for example, that 34 countries in Africa fall under the least developed countries preferential system, and 16 fall within, sorry, apologies, I've got the numbers wrong there, 34 least developed countries and 34 developing countries, which then means that the tariffs that are applicable are lower than what would apply to other countries. So that's essentially what it is in a very simple form. The way in which that actually is operationalised is through our systems, through brokers inputting tariff codes and so on in terms of product. But essentially, there's a preferential rate of tariff for those importers from Africa wanting to bring product into Australia.
Okay, thank you. And I know that your submission notes the PACER Plus form a model for trade and investment relations. Could you expand on that and how that might benefit?
Thank you, Chair. Your terms of reference asked for ideas, thoughts and strategies around how we might strengthen investment in trade and investment in Africa. So we offer that as a potential model for consideration. Obviously, my colleagues from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and Austrade are the lead policy agencies for it. From a Border Force perspective, we're about the implementation. But even from our perspective, the PACER, which is the Pacific Agreement on Closer Economic Relations, which obviously involves the Pacific region, offers a model that we think might be worth examining further. And the key reasons or the key components of it that we think we should look at are around structuring those tariff commitments to provide flexibility, to ensure rules of origin, including product-specific rules of origin, are simple, transparent and trade facilitative, and aligning documentation for those preferential rates of customs duty. So we've got that model in the Pacific, and so we commend that for consideration in terms of what strategies might be adopted to strengthen trade and investment.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Might go to Senator Smith.
Thank you. Is Are there any officials at the table that can ask us about attitudes to African visitors seeking visa applications, their experience in regards to that?
I can answer questions.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting that a number of meetings that we've had already, representatives of African nations have talked about the difficulty or the lack of smoothness or responsiveness in being able to secure visas to travel to Australia, particularly where they might be business delegations coming for business investments. We heard one compelling piece of evidence from a representative, very, very senior and significant business person in terms of their private wealth. Can you just give us a sense of how do we process are there any sort of... I'll let you begin and then I'll follow up with some questions because, of course, if you can't develop people-to-people relationships, then you can't develop trade, you can't develop trust, you can't go very far. So perhaps you might just make some opening remarks.
Yep. Certainly, I think so. Regardless of the country that somebody comes from, everybody is assessed on a case-by-case basis against obviously meeting the eligibility criteria of the visa that they're applying for. So as long as they sort of meet health and character and those kind of genuine temporary stays, if they're applying for temporary visas, as I said, it depends what visa they are applying for. We do look at everybody individually and assess them based on that. So I'm not sure if you have more information of sort of what visa class they were using.
So, but an application would. So I'm an African businessman, which that's a gross generalisation because we know there are many countries in Africa. I'm an African businessman. I make out my visa application. Where does it go to first? It doesn't come straight to Canberra, does it?
Well, it will go. So depending on where they lodge their visa from, will depend on where their visa is processed. Obviously, so. If they lodge it online, if they lodge it through what kind of system they do, it could be processed at any one of our posts. Most likely the Africans ones would be processed at a post closest to their home because they're familiar with those settings.
Okay, stop. Thank you. So not every African nation has a post?
No.
Correct. So at some point... they must go to... So what are the processing posts in Africa?
I can answer that.
Thank you.
Steph McManus, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Citizenship, Humanitarian Family Visa Programs and Support. We have 2 posts in Africa.
Oh, well, there we go. Well, that's
it is
that would have
Nairobi.
been a very valuable piece of introductory information. Sorry, I can't hear you if I'm talking.
Nairobi and Pretoria are our 2 visa processing posts in Africa. However, important to note, we have a global network of around between 40 posts overseas, and we actually process visa applications across our entire network, regardless of where the person is from. And we do that to ensure that we can provide the fastest processing times. So, for example, if we have capacity in another location, it enables us to smooth the processing times out across our global network. So it would be fair to say the majority of visitor visa applications from applicants in Africa would be processed in either Pretoria or Nairobi, but we do have that ability and we use the ability that we've got to process applications around the globe.
Okay. So just on that last point, I would be interested in knowing how many, over the last 3 years, so each calendar year, how many applications from Africans in Africa were processed outside Nairobi and Pretoria? Because have you got that information?
I don't have that information. I can take it on notice. But can I just clarify, are you looking for a specific visa subclass, visitors?
Well, actually all, because your word was a majority would be processed in Nairobi and Pretoria. I'm just wanting to understand, is that a 50%?
That reference was to the visitors because that's what you were referring to earlier. It will depend on the visa type.
Please don't interrupt me, right, because you might misinterpret my line of thinking.
Yeah.
So I'm keen to sort of understand, you used the word majority processed through Nairobi and Pretoria. So I'm keen to understand, is that a 60 to 70%, a 70 to 80%, or is it a 50 to 60%? So I'm just keen to get a sense of quantum. So that's the first point of entry for the bulk of visa applications from Africans in Africa?
For visitors, though,
Yep.
for example, if the people that you're referring to might be coming for a large event,
Yep.
like Africa Down Under or
Correct,
something
yeah.
like that, we have a international events coordination network, which is onshore here in Australia, and they coordinate the visas. So they work with, it's a great coordination network. They work with whoever the event organisers are of those conferences, and they get the names of all the people that are coming, and they will process it within that environment so that we can make sure we keep delegations together.
Okay, so that's a positive bit of information. Thank you very much for that. So how does the International Events Coordination Network become aware of international events? And I'm assuming that not every international event would get looked after by the International Events Coordination Network.
Yeah. So it's a completely voluntary service. So if you are running a large-scale event, you can register that with us. I think there's work that we can do to promote that more, so people do know, because I think it's really, really helpful to them. But we promote it through our business innovation and outreach offices as well, which is another thing that we do that works with industry. And we also kind of have it promoted on our website, that sort of thing. So if you choose to, you can register your event and all your delegates to us, and we will kind of streamline that processing and make sure that that's all kept together. And we do that for any major events, so sporting, big concerts, big trade conferences, those kind of things as well. And often we get them from DFAT too, which I think is really helpful, especially for those big trade conferences.
So if over the last 3 years you could just identify for us which African events or African-related events have been registered, if that's the correct term, on the International Events Coordination Network, that would be helpful. You mentioned the business outreach and offices. Could you just expand on that?
I think I messed up on my acronym there. My apologies. I think it's business, industry and regional outreach officers. So we have a network of them, we call them bureaus, across the whole of Australia. And they will work with anyone under any invitation to go and speak at to businesses, and we do a lot of things virtually as well. So, for example, with African nations, we could do a particular outreach to them to explain the visa settings and what would be the most appropriate visa settings to them. We work with the mining industry, we work with the health industry, all of those to kind of explain the visa and the most appropriate settings for them as well. So, and as I said, we try and use our people. So we have people in Perth, for example, they go to mining, technology, innovation type conferences. We have booths there, that sort of thing.
So how many bureaus are there?
I will have to
business industry. Just Senator Colbeck gave me a strange look.
Yeah.
Not as in pen, but as in outreach.
I think the pen analogy.
That's how I remembered it. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah.
No, my apologies. So we have about 22 of them. Those numbers do vary, obviously, depending on staffing and that. But at the moment, there's about 22 of them.
Okay, so that's very, very helpful. So going back to Nairobi and Pretoria. How does I'm a prominent businessman. I'm coming to Australia because I just want to use my own networks, explore things with my own eyes. I'm not coming for an international conference, etc. It would go through Nairobi and Pretoria, and I'm assuming we have locally based or locally engaged staff that manage that. Could you just take me through that process?
I can answer that question. We have, in the order of, these are not exact figures, but these in the order of around 8 Australian officers across those 2 posts, and I would say in the order of around 40 local staff across those 2 posts. And the visa applications are managed together across those 2 posts, so they will look at the incoming caseload and
look at, urgent travel and things like that, and consider how to prioritise and assess that caseload. But yes, in answer to your question, we have a range of Australian officers and locally engaged staff that manage that process.
So the 8 officers were 8 Australian officers, are supported by 40 locally engaged
rough numbers,
staff.
yes.
So just can you give us a sense of the volume of visa applications that those 2 officers would be, those 2 locations would be managing?
I can't talk to the specific locations, but I can talk to the caseload out of Africa. So, for example, in the visitor visa program, until the 28th of February this year, we had 56,380 visitor visa applications lodged by African national of an African country. Yeah.
And that is this calendar year to the 28th of February.
That's correct. Yep.
And did I hear correctly? 56,000.
That's the program year, not the calendar year.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes, that's correct. It's from the 1st of July last year to the 28th of January. We operate on essentially akin to financial years.
Fantastic. No, thank you very much. So that is a very large number for 48 people to dive into.
We do manage 9 to 10 million visa applications across our network. So that is a large number, but I guess in comparison to 9 or 10 million, it's manageable.
So then I'm keen to understand in that 56,000 from approximately 1 July to the end of February this year, successful, prominent African businessmen or women. Apologies, or women. How do they make themselves known? How do they get discovered or revealed in that 56,000? Is there, if I have visiting for business, does that get elevated anywhere? How do we discern between? And of course, this inquiry is particularly interested in those trade opportunities. So how in that 56,000 do we discern? Oh, here's an individual that might be opening up trade opportunities for us. How do we sift through that? Because you can understand why someone might experience a delay if they are one of 56,000. So how to help me understand that?
So if they're a prominent government official and all of that, there's a different visa stream for them to apply to, which does make it easier for that to be more prominent. As I said, we might be told also about them from DFAT or Austrade. Other than that, and I don't know, Mr Nichols, if you want to talk a little bit more about that, please.
Certainly, thank you. I'd start by saying that the 600 visitor subclass is split into a tourist visitor stream and into a business visitor stream. The business visitor streams are managed as a separate bucket to the visitor business streams, although clearly we like to think that we handle all applications as important applications.
I understand.
The applications we have are managed through a range of products which are developed over time to assist us with identifying risk in applications and being able to streamline low-risk applications. Those procedures are constantly being refined and corrected and improved with the aim of being able to have the fastest possible outcomes for applications across the board, but to allow us to identify where there is risk and where there is low risk. And as Ms Goodchild mentioned, we also work closely with representatives in country and around the region regarding identifying high-risk, high-value travellers to Australia, such as those who worked with Austrade to identify business opportunities.
Okay. Completely understand and recognise the importance of risk identification, so that's not being disputed at all. So thank you very much for that. So, given that others will have questions, so what I'm hearing is that if I was a prominent business person, I should make myself known to DFAT or Austrade or Australians in the region. I should make sure that I'm aware of the business stream opportunity. I should make sure that I'm providing all the necessary and available documentation to make the various assessment processes as speedy as efficient as possible. Just from constituent experience, often where a delay occurs is because someone has thought that they haven't had to provide all of the information, so I understand that. In the business stream processing world in Home Affairs, how many of the 48 are committed to or are tasked to that business stream work?
Thank you. So within the resources we have at each of these locations, there isn't a fixed number. Our staff transition between caseloads depending on demand and depending on seasonal peaks. So most of our staff would be trained across visitors programs, student programs, temporary programs, permanent migration programs, and would switch between them. So when there's more business visitors coming through, more staff are allocated, fewer and fewer.
And I can add to that, I actually visited our posts in Pretoria and Nairobi, I think it was June last year, to do a post liaison visit, and I can confirm that that is exactly what they do in those particular locations. They do move staff around depending, for example, if there is a large event coming up and there are extra business visitor applications coming in, they will move people into that team to manage that peak period.
Yep. Two more last questions, if I may, Chair. Does the application get processed wholly in Nairobi or Pretoria, or at some point does it come to Australia to be processed?
In the majority of cases, so to start with, the application is processed, determined by the location of the client. If the client is in a location which is processed by Nairobi, it will be processed by Nairobi. As you'd be aware, there's a number of public interest criterion which sometimes require referral to specialist services or external agencies. Okay. In those circumstances, it might be moved to another location for processing. So at its simplest, it would be things like, does it need an opinion of the medical officer of the Commonwealth, who would then decide that part of that process. And there's obviously more complex parts of the issue as well. But as Ms McManus mentioned before, sometimes to assist with peaks, we also use onshore resources, and for urgent applications, the services of our Visa Service Centre, which is a 24-hour service, which is utilised for emergency cases and specialised outcomes.
Okay, and final question for me. In Africa, what is the criteria that determines whether your application goes to Nairobi or Pretoria?
I can answer that one. The caseload is managed across both posts as a holistic sort of unit, I would say. So the two posts operate as one, essentially. And so there is no specific won't go to Pretoria or Nairobi based on specific rules. It is essentially in a large bucket, and the first available person will pull that application out and process it. And the reason we do that is to improve processing times.
Great, that's been most helpful. Thank you very much. Were you going to provide to the committee a breakdown of that 56,000 by various visa classes?
We can do that.
Or if it's easier, just extract those that are related to business, international events, etc., and then we can assume that the remaining are of visa classes less relevant to this inquiry. But thank you very much. It's been fascinating. Yep, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cotter.
Thank you, Chair. I have three questions. They're all on different topics, but I might just stay with visas to start with, given Senator Smith has been exploring that. So obviously education is a it's one of the biggest sort of categories of trade between the African continent and Australia. We've had a number of meetings as part of this inquiry, and I think it was last week, it was reported to us that there was a group of students on student visas in Australia. I'm afraid I can't recall where they were studying, but that cohort had their visas cancelled partway through their university or whatever educational provider they were studying with, and that obviously caused a lot of stress and difficulties. So are you aware of that happening? Obviously I'm not asking you to address this specific case. I haven't given you enough details to do that. But does that happen as student visas get cancelled for a cohort from a particular country? And what needs to be the trigger for something like that to happen?
So I might get my colleague, Mr. Nichols, I've added your name, to talk a little bit more about that for you. But obviously things can happen onshore. It can also be related to their education provider, whether something has happened with their course being not accredited, which would be through the Department of Education and different things like that. But
thank you very much. So to add to those comments, there's cancellation powers which are available for persons who have breached the conditions of their visa.
Yep.
So those cancellation powers are they range from cancellation related to breaches of the work condition or breaches of the requirement to maintain study, or health or character or a range of other factors. I suspect, though, that these clients may be referring to onshore refusal of further applications rather than cancellation. If I could suggest that may be the case. When a person makes a further application for a visa in Australia, they're given a bridging visa. During that bridging visa, they can work and study, but the determination on the next bridging visa, the next visa as such, can be based on the previous performance, the previous ability to comply with the visa conditions, the client's history and a range of other factors. Without knowing the circumstances of the cases being raised, it's very difficult to comment. But there are cancellation powers, but there also are cases who are refused based on the merits of their application for a further visa.
Yeah, thank you. And so if you're here studying in Australia and you're from the African continent and your educational provider suddenly gets, disqualified or something happens to that's the basis of you being here, and so that would possibly result in a difficulty with your visa, as it were.
Do you understand? I was going to say the Department of Education, when that happens, tries to work with other providers to move them to another appropriate course. But I think my colleague might be correct. It was most likely, rather than a cancellation, it might have been a refusal of a second visa. Understood. That does seem more likely.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I might move on to a different topic. Just interested, just for those playing along at home, if you could give an overview, and this might be for our ABF colleagues. How does one determine whether a country is least developing? Can countries move, between those categories? Because obviously that is then relevant to the Australian system of tariff preferences.
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of determining whether or not a country fits within one category or another, and we do assess it based on the information available to us from both a World Customs Organisation perspective, the status of that particular country in terms of the complexity and the maturity of systems. But we would obviously not move countries down, if you like, in terms of preferential tariffs systems without actually engaging with Austrade and DFAT in terms of that status. But the benefit really of having that status is around the preferential rate of tariff that importers from that country get.
Yeah. And what is the criteria for a least developed country? Pardon me.
1 second. Let me just pull that up. I might have to take that one on notice.
Yeah,
if
please
that's
do,
okay.
just in the interest of time. Yeah, please do. And my final question is, I know that the ABF assists businesses with the system of trade preferences. How much engagement do you have from Australian businesses looking to trade with the African continent compared to other regions?
Thank you. So we split it in the Australian Border Force between imports and exports. So from an export perspective, I know my colleagues from Austrade talked to you about the assistance they provide, the Go Global toolkits, all those sorts of activities. From an import perspective, the types of assistance on offer are mechanisms such as our Australian Trusted Trader Scheme. I'm happy to talk to you more about that if that's helpful. We can offer origin advice in terms of people wanting to bring material in. I have to say, though, there hasn't been a high take-up of that kind of advice from us. You could apply for a tariff concession order, get rulings ahead of time, but there hasn't been a high take-up of that. So we'd be keen to work with Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and Austrade to see what we can do in terms of improving that level of engagement.
Yeah.
Because it seems to me that there's an opportunity there to strengthen those opportunities for everyone to facilitate greater trade.
Yeah, and maybe just I'll notice what your sense is as to why that is sort of so low in terms of levels of engagement would be helpful, just because I'm conscious of time. And Senator?
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you.
Senator Colbeck.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to start in that place as well, and talking about the general preferences system that we have. What's the general difference between the zero tariff that we apply to those developing nations? I mean, we're a low tariff nation anyway. The differential would be pretty low, wouldn't it be, in a general sense? I mean, apart from tariffs applied under, say, a WTO order, most of our tariffs would be sitting at around 5 or 10% at the most. Would that be about right?
That's right, Senator. So just in summary, for the countries that are within that developing country status, the difference between the rates, so for 2,800 lines, which is a majority of tariff lines, ordinarily the tariff rate would be 5%, but for developing countries it would be free. Mm-hmm. There's there's about 20 others that it's either free or a reduction on the original tariff rate. Comparing that to developing country status rates of duty, it's similar. So there's a bulk of it that other countries would pay a 5% rate for. The countries with a developing country status are paying no tariff.
Okay. And I mean, so Australia basically being a very low tariff barrier trading nation anyway, there's a lower incentive, if you like, for a country that, say, runs at a 15 or 20, 25% barrier. So the point that you made around the take-up a moment ago, I'm just trying to explore the recognition of that status and how it potentially can drive investment. Is there anything else that we need to do in relation to what we're already offering to attract development of status of trade?
Senator, I think we absolutely can do more in terms of, and you're right, we're already a low tariff country, so I think that's your
We're
point.
A good place to do business with.
That's right. So the fact that we've got a scheme that then reduces it further perhaps is not as much of an incentive. But I think we can absolutely do more to promote the trusted trader scheme, both from an import and export perspective, and continue to develop those partnerships. And Senator Smith was talking to some of that before, to really exploit's probably the wrong word, but explore how we could strengthen it.
So there's been mention previously of PACER Plus. Is the benefit of that it establishes as a part of the relationship with the Continental Free Trade Agreement structure that's being negotiated across Africa, a core set of trade rules that would apply between all of those countries that would be part of that process, and would apply, and so everyone would know what those core trading rules are. And you've mentioned a couple in your submission. Origin has come up a couple of times, country of origin. Is that the core benefit of that process?
Absolutely, in terms of ensuring that the countries that would be part of that model essentially have similar rules of interaction, which then simplifies it for business in terms of interacting with us.
Yeah, I mean, and that's been the basis of so many of our trade negotiations or free trade agreements that we've negotiated over the last 15 or so years, is establishing those trade rules, given the flat nature of negotiations through places like the WTO.
Yeah, I won't comment on the negotiation with the WTO, Senator, but absolutely.
I can, you can't.
But absolutely, in terms of making it as simple as possible for businesses and countries to engage with our system, and digitising systems so that they are more accessible, is absolutely at the core of the recommendations that we have suggested.
So the digitisation of systems is a really interesting one. Where are we at generally with that? And is that something that we would be able to assist other nations to develop if we're in a good space? I mean, a lot of countries still like to see a piece of paper rather than an electronic document.
Yeah.
Is that a place where we could really assist and then facilitate trade?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. So we, as you would know, we're part of the World Customs Organisation, and that's really our key forum in which we help build requirement systems, test products, work with the region, as well as other colleagues, including those in the continent, the African continent, to uplift capability in that context. And I know my colleagues from Austrade would have already talked to you about the Go Global Toolkit. Mm-hmm. It's that sort of innovation that helps in terms of accessibility.
So the rules around origin, which are really important, do they still apply across all trade nations, regardless of their status under the generalised preference system? So a developing nation, your discussion in your submission talks about having let's say a graded system, if you like, to assist countries that need more assistance with development in managing through those things. How does that work with respect to those core elements of what we're requiring?
Senators, you might recall I talked about origin advice as something that we can provide, and we actually haven't had any requests in the last 12 months to provide that advice. But it's that kind of mechanism that would assist businesses using, the system to understand what rules of origin apply. And obviously we're also mindful that not all imports are raw commodities, that there's actually value-added product coming and going that might actually originate from multiple different countries and locations. So we're really mindful of being able to cater for that. But going to the earlier point, we're not seeing much of a take-up of that. So I think there's some work for us to do around how we encourage those that are wanting to trade with us and for our exporters to engage with that in a better way, to use the systems that we've got.
I would have thought those that are involved in a product supply chain would already have a level of understanding and sophistication in the origin rules. I mean, global trade has changed enormously in the last 15 years in that sense, where things come and go from different jurisdictions and to be a part of a broader product. Is the understanding of those things a barrier to entry into markets?
I'm not sure I can comment on that, Senator. Certainly the fact that we haven't had advice sought recently, that could lead to either there's a really high confidence level or there isn't an understanding and engagement. Certainly an issue I'm happy to explore with our customs brokers and importers who are the front-facing component as to whether or not it's preventing folks from trading with us or not. But it's not something I could sort of readily answer for you now, but absolutely happy to think about that and explore it as part of our work.
So do you have a process to push that information out through our various offices across Africa, or is it something that you wait for somebody to come in to receive assistance? I was listening to the conversation you were having with Senator Smith and how I suppose there's a no wrong door, or there's a one door entrance process so that people can go into one of our offices and get the suite that they need of information.
Thank you, Senator. So obviously everything we do, we publish on our websites, but to the core of your question, how do people get the access to that? There's a couple of ways they do that. One is absolutely through Austrade and that network. So all that information gets pushed out through Austrade and the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. And then the second key way is the importers and brokers that I was talking about before. So given they've got access to all that information, that's their main interaction point.
Okay. I'll just go back to the PACER Plus. Off the back of what we've developed in the Pacific, is there any demonstration or measured measurement that you could talk to us that shows how that's facilitated trade off the back of the development of that agreement from your perspective?
I'm not sure I've got data available. I might have to take that on notice, but I'm sure we'd be able to give you some information on PACER Plus and the benefits it has provided from a Pacific perspective for your consideration.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, if you wouldn't mind, I took a question on notice from Ms Clutterham about how we categorise a least developed country, and I've got a really quick response for you, if that's helpful. So it's determined at the United Nations level, as I indicated before, and the three main criteria are low income, the Human Assets Index and economic vulnerability.
All right. Thank you for your time today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 10th of April 2026. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering any questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Thank you. And we'll now suspend briefly. Resume the hearing. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the Trade Subcommittee?
Thank you, Chair. Nick Austin, Acting CEO of ACR.
Thank you. Todd Sanderson, Research Program Manager, Social Systems, Policy and Economics at ACR.
Thank you, Chair. Bosibori Bet, the Director for Multilateral and Strategic Partnerships at ACR.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Lee Vile. I'm the Research Program Manager for Crops at the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research.
Great. Thank you. And this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Chair. We appreciate the opportunity to appear before the committee. So I represent ACR, the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research, which is the Australian Government's specialist research for development agency within the Foreign Affairs and Trade portfolio. So we partner with research institutions across the Indo-Pacific and Africa to reduce poverty and improve food security through agricultural innovation and science capacity building. For over 4 decades, ACR has worked in Africa across 12 countries, mainly in Eastern and Southern Africa, supporting investments in and improvements in crops, livestock, forestry, water, plant biosecurity, fisheries and more. So our long-standing collaborations align with the continental priorities that are articulated in Africa's Agenda 2063, which identifies modern, productive and climate-resilient agriculture as central to achieving a prosperous and sustainable Africa. So our efforts also support the Comprehensive African Agricultural Development Program, or CADP, which is the primary framework in Africa for agricultural transformation, which seeks to eliminate poverty, reduce hunger and lift agricultural growth through increased investment CADP emphasises research, technology dissemination, sustainable land and water management, areas which ACR has long-standing and comparative strengths. A key recent development for ACR is APCRA, the Africa-Australia Partnership for Climate Responsive Agriculture. It's a 6-year, $76.4 million initiative co-funded with DFAT. It expands ACR's work into Northern and Western Africa, including Egypt, Morocco, Ghana and Nigeria. It aims to strengthen climate resilience, improve food and nutrition security and to build local scientific capacity. Excuse me. Again, these objectives strongly align with the CADP 2026 to 2035 strategy, which emphasise resilient agri-food systems, agro-industrialisation and increased intra-African agricultural trade. ACR's work also contributes directly to strengthening the enabling environment for trade and investment, biosecurity systems, critical for market access and reducing technical trade barriers. They're important components of ACR's portfolio in Africa. Through partnerships such as the Australia-Africa Plant Biosecurity Partnership and new collaborations with CABI, we support surveillance, diagnostic competencies, regulatory capabilities across multiple African countries, helping them better participate in regional and global agricultural value chains. So our partnerships generate long-term diplomatic and economic benefits. ACR alumni now contribute to policy making and leadership roles across the continent, strengthening Australia's influence and easing collaboration on complex agricultural trade matters. The science-based relationship-driven model reflects CADP's principles of African-led transformation supported through evidence-based partnerships. As Africa undergoes rapid population growth, urbanisation and rising food demand, the need for innovation, resilience and productivity is urgent. Through APCRA and our wider Africa program, ACR is helping build the scientific and institutional capacities and the foundations to underpin stronger agricultural systems, ultimately more robust trade and investment relationships between Australia and Africa. Thank you. We look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I'll just start with a general question. How would you view Australia's existing trade and investment relations with African nations in relation to agricultural support?
Chair, as I outlined, our focus is principally on the technical cooperation that then underpins. So I don't think we're best placed to give a perspective on the broader trade relations. But certainly the work that we've been supporting over many years, particularly around plant biosecurity, is, as I said in my opening remarks, an important underpinning for more effective trade between African countries and between the African continent and Australia. But this is a long-term engagement, and I think we recognise the value of consistent and predictable partnerships, and the fact that ACR now, for more than 4 decades, has been able to support collaborations in this space, I think increases the prospects for Australia's trade engagement.
And so, am I right to say, so you provide this support to obviously a number of different countries. How would you view that in Africa compared to other nations?
Our model is somewhat unique in that it pairs research capability principally from Australia with counterparts in Africa. So that's with the NAS, the National Agricultural Research Systems. As I touched on, primarily in Eastern and Southern Africa, but with the new APCRA work that increases our footprint in targeted countries in North and West Africa. And so it's the institutional relationships that are an important part of the ACR operating model, but it's also the people-to-people links, the researchers that work, share experiences. There's a very clear mutual benefit from ACR's model, increased understanding in both countries of opportunities and challenges. From ACR's perspective, the ability to support technical work into pests and disease, for example, that don't exist in Australia, but as agriculture is increasingly globalised, we see these pests and diseases moving around the world, and there are numerous examples where ACR's work has enabled Australian researchers to become familiar with exotic diseases or pests and develop skills that have served this country well when those have arrived, unfortunately, on our borders, as they do from time to time.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Chair, do you have a question?
Yes, thanks. I just want to go back to the Partnership for Climate Responsive Agriculture. You said Egypt, Morocco, Ghana. Who are just the countries that are involved in that?
And Nigeria.
Nigeria.
So the 4 countries. It builds on our existing footprint in Africa.
So it's an expansion of the footprint?
It's an expansion of
the
footprint.
Through that program, yeah. Okay.
Correct.
So what's the mechanism for selection of that process?
So this is a joint program with DFAT, essentially doubling the funding that we had committed currently in Africa. So the 76 million reflects a doubling of the existing work. And so, as with our broader programming, ACR takes a steer, broad guidance from the Australian aid program, but there are important reasons that ACR's emphasis on countries does vary, and that is based in part on the importance of agriculture in the economy, the opportunities that agriculture presents for the inclusive development, the recognition that agriculture is more effective than other interventions at that broad-based growth, so lifting poorest people out of poverty. And so the countries that we're working on have that important opportunity. The other element is that Africa looks to Australia for relevant expertise. We share similar challenges in terms of agriculturally weathered continents, low soil fertility, low soil carbon, erratic climate. Australia's agriculture, as you know well, ranges from tropical, subtropical, temperate, right through to arid, and that overlays the production systems in African countries as well. So the focus is for this broader work through dialogue with DFAT and then with partners in Africa.
Okay. You talked about the institutional relationship, and this committee's already explored quite a bit around the opportunities in education and for trade as part of this committee work. What are the key institutions you're working with from here, and the partnerships developing over there. I mean, I've had the opportunity to see some of the work that you've done directly in forestry into Indonesia, for example, which is really important work. So I have a sense of the role that you play. But what are the key institutions that you that are working from here back and partnerships into Africa?
Thanks, Senator. And I could look to colleagues for some examples, but broadly, we partner with any entity that brings the relevant capacity, public, private, not-for-profit. Our key partners include universities from Australia, and we work with most, not all, but most Australian universities in different ways in ACR's program. We work with state government agencies and with companies. So, for example, in our work in Eastern and Southern Africa, the University of Queensland and the Queensland Department arrangement called QAFI, the Queensland Alliance for Agricultural and Food Innovation, is an important partner in sorghum work, and my colleague Dr. Lee Vile may like to give some examples about our cropping work. So we work with a very large number of different providers of capability, both in the technical cooperation but also through our fellowship program, where we have what we call John Allwright Fellows, people from partner countries who study Masters and PhDs at Australian universities, John Dillon Fellowships, which are technical skill development, again working with entities here in Australia, and our Merrill Williams Fellowships, which is a more recent fellowship targeting specifically women in agricultural innovation systems.
So, with the development of work that you do around the various types of agriculture, you mentioned cropping, livestock, we've had a chat about forestry. How much of that goes to indigenous plant systems and food systems? So, utilising what's there and developing the capacity in that. I've had exposure to an organisation by the name of Food Plant Solutions, so you may have come across Around the Traps, who do a lot of work identifying local food plants, some of which have, through, I suppose, pushing of Western products into local diets, have slipped out of the system, but they, if used properly, provide a really valuable source of nutrient into local diets, and they're local, so they grow well locally. How much work is done in that space?
Thanks, Senator. I do know Food Plant Solutions and their important work in increasing that diversity. There is a real effort to broaden the scope of breeding programs for the points you touch on. These are the indigenous crops and varieties are de facto better adapted, and there have been many attempts to bring in exotic genetics into countries that haven't worked because they didn't take into account those realities. Thankfully, over decades, development programs have recognised that and have evolved. I arrived back last night from Cambodia, and one of the projects we were looking at was a chicken genetic gain improvement project, which was involving local breeds and looking to improve their meat production and their egg laying, their productivity, rather than bring in exotic genetics. And so the role that Food Plant Solutions plays is an important one. I think in the more broadly, the role that the CGIAR plays, what was formerly called the Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research, of which Australia has been a long-standing supporter. One of their most important assets is their gene banks, and they have curated genetic material, diverse genetic material across forestry and livestock and cropping, and that's an important source of material for breeding. And particularly as we look for looking forward to an environment in which agriculture is going to be challenged with different climatic extremes and new pests and diseases. Those gene banks are reserves of tremendous genetic diversity, which enables breeding and response to those emerging challenges. So I think the trajectory is good. There's more to be done on capitalising on, if you like, nature's gifts.
Is there, as a part of the work that you do, which is in a lot of cases just developing that local capacity to, as you say, eliminate poverty and develop growth, is there, as part of that longer-term view that's taken as part of the strategies that you've talked about, is there potential trade opportunities within any of those pieces of work?
My colleague, Dr. Todd Sanderson, may be able to give some examples from ACR's experience where, in other countries, where the trade opportunities have emerged. I think, as I touched on in my opening remarks, the role that ACR plays in addressing some of the non-tariff barriers to trade, some of the sanitary, phytosanitary considerations, working with partners to develop capacity in biosecurity, all help enabling trade function. We don't have a specific role in trade, but we have worked with governments around their trade policies, for example, and research into experiences in relevant countries and sharing those experiences.
Yes, thank you. I might just add to that really briefly. So by the nature of ACR's model and approach, we do open up opportunities for particularly things like trading reproductive material from demonstrated, livestock systems in Australia, so particularly thinking about cattle, for example, where we have worked on cattle sector development projects in Southeast Asia, for example. There are a number of good examples where demonstrated genetics from the Australian herd have been exported through commercial arrangements. But particularly thinking about examples of agricultural technologies, so cropping system technologies, which have been demonstrated in the Australian context, and given the similarities of the agro-ecological systems in Africa do readily transfer, I'd imagine there would be some very good opportunities for Australian businesses in the agriculture sector to engage on that sort of...
Okay, I just want to go back to the biosecurity, and that'll do me, thanks, Chair, and the development of biosecurity systems. We have a very stringent biosecurity system in Australia, unapologetically. Where is the biosecurity system in its development in African nations? And I mean, more and more countries are moving towards a phytosanitary system that sits alongside their trade. Where is that at the moment, and how is your work facilitating the development of that? I mean, that's a really important part of the facilitation of trade, making sure that there's a good understanding of biosecurity systems and how to manage and comply.
I think there's a risk of us forgetting that Africa is a very large continent composed of very diverse countries, and even within those countries, tremendous diversity. So hard to give a simple answer to the level of development.
I mean, that sits behind my question too, though, because there would be biosecurity issues
absolutely
within the continent.
And that's
and so, therefore, having a good system of biosecurity management and understanding would facilitate that trade as well. And so...
Yeah.
That sort of sits behind my question.
Absolutely, and I think that's where the African Continental Free Trade Area plays an important role, and we, through the APCRA program, have been supporting the AFCA, the African Continental Free Trade Area. And so a lot of that is along the same lines as ACR's work in things like masterclasses. It builds on the plant biosecurity collaboration we had established and was very successful, ran for about 5 years, concluded a few years ago, bringing us, as you rightly point out, Australia has a depth of expertise in biosecurity, and that work intentionally drew on that expertise. And so under the Africa Agri-Trade Action Plan, we've been developing and supporting the delivery that's work in progress, of masterclass sessions with a bias towards agri-value chains and the priorities identified within that free trade area. We're also supporting knowledge exchange, professional learning as part of that targeted investment. And there's a focus on youth and in enhancing skills in those value chains, recognising that Africa is a very young continent, and that the work that's currently being built out is supporting post-harvest dialogues and interventions as well.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Great, thank you. Now, we have Mr Lim on the line. I'm not sure, do you have a question, Mr Lim? May not. Okay, that's okay. I might go to Ms Fotheram.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I just have a couple of questions. How much of a barrier to trade and, I guess, investment by Australian agricultural businesses is a lack of climate resilience? And I know that Africa's a big continent, so if we just pick, Eastern Africa, and I look at what's happened in Ethiopia overnight with flooding, landslides, people have lost their lives, crops have been destroyed, but that country experiences heavy rainfall every year, and so it does seem to be a degree of lack of climate resilience in that respect. But as from your general sense, how much of a barrier is it to trade and investment?
It's certainly a barrier. In some ways, it's also where Australia has excelled in its ability to farm in challenging environments. And we see, particularly in the north of Africa, a history of Australian commercial farming opportunities. So without engagement from a development context, but for commercial motivations. So I think there is really relevant expertise in Australia. Where the climate resilience is more of a barrier than underdeveloped infrastructure or other challenges in Africa could be debated, but it's certainly an important consideration and will be an increasingly important factor in holding back progress in agricultural development in most African countries. And that, I think, underscores the need for ongoing engagement in agricultural innovation to adapt and to learn. And so I think the way the climate's changing is undermining the productivity growth and the progress that's already been achieved. So it's not as though that work is done. It's getting more challenging.
Thank you. Just two quick ones. So I saw it as obviously a risk, but also an opportunity. So what's your sense of the level of, I guess, interest in Australian businesses' expertise to embrace that opportunity in, just say, Eastern Africa again?
There's a lot of interest. Maybe we're biased, and maybe that's what we listened for. But certainly, the appreciation of the relevance of Australian agricultural expertise is strong, and ACR is invited into many more places than we're able to support, and that has been a continuing reality. And so we need to always make difficult trade-offs across opportunities, not just in Africa, but across the whole portfolio and program. As I touched on earlier, the importance of agriculture in livelihoods, in nutrition, in food security, in broader economic development, means that it touches most sectors of economies, and in all African countries, agriculture is the largest provider of employment, and in many countries it's a substantial part of GDP. It also, in many countries, disproportionately provides opportunities for women, but equally they're systemically disadvantaged in many countries. So a strong element in our work is gender considerations across our collaborations in Africa, and the way in which we can more intentionally engage women and collaboratively develop systems that provide opportunities for women.
Thank you. And final question, just in the interest of time. Who are your competitors, as it were, from other countries who are interested in trading and assisting the African continent? So we've got ACR from the Australian perspective. Are you competing, I guess is perhaps not the right word, but are there other countries like organisations seeking to take advantage of the opportunities, and where are they from?
Yeah, I don't know that we have any competitors as such. I mean, we collaborate with diverse range of partners, but we are seeing in recent times some rapid shifts in the development assistance landscape with the wind back, particularly from the US initially, and then perhaps a knock-on effect to European donors who have been major players in the African continent. We're seeing, therefore, a pivot towards interest in the role that the private sector can play, which has long been recognised as an opportunity, but perhaps we're seeing new energy around private sector partnerships emerging. We work in Africa extensively with the CGIAR, which has centres headquartered in Africa, and indicatively 3/4 of its $700 or $800 million program is Africa focused, and so it's an opportunity for Australia to leverage or increase its influence in Africa through working with CGIAR in partnership. So I don't see competitors so much as our ability to evolve the partnerships that we have, and particularly private sector partnerships, which ultimately agriculture is a private sector game.
Thank you.
Are there any things? Any things that we're learning from there? I mean, that we would.
Absolutely, and I think the original design of ACR was incredibly important in that it's framed around benefits for developing countries and Australia, and it's where there's that mutual benefit that the partnerships are the most successful, and that works in a whole raft of different ways. The most obvious is around the biosecurity elements that I touched on before, but I think to the interests of this inquiry, the evidence from Southeast Asia particularly of trade opportunities, ACR's largest partner country when it commenced was China, and we had deep collaborations over decades, and I think we've seen China's incredible progress in lifting people out of poverty through investment in agriculture. There's a lot to learn from that, but it speaks to a model of agricultural transformation that many African countries are seeking to emulate, lifting people, and Ethiopia perhaps is the most obvious and relevant example through its agricultural transformation agency and a focus on smallholder agriculture with very intentional linkages to markets, and with some success, notwithstanding the challenges that were raised before with floods and conflict.
Senator, if I may, there's a couple of useful examples of what we're learning from Africa, at least from a crops program perspective. One is with respect to the rust pathogen of wheat. Rust tends to fly in from the west on its own, yep. And the ability to screen important Australian germplasm and important source material that will come to Australian germplasm to strains of rust on the African continent. It is a very important part of the biosecurity element of managing rust, because that pathogen will never go away. It's always got to be actively managed. And another example of what we're learning from Africa is, as you probably know, Ethiopia is what's called a secondary centre of origin for quite a number of crops: barley, chickpeas, lentils, sorghum. And what we're learning from genetic analysis and screening of those landrace and improved varieties in an Ethiopian context, now in an age of modern genetic technologies, is able to directly inform selection of germplasm of material that's already in Australia, but it enables us to, using the genotyping technologies, to go directly to the genotypes, to the varieties that would then directly benefit Australia, if that makes any sense.
It does, and it provides a wonderful reason for engagement. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. So thank you for your time today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday the 10th of April 2026. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering any questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. So thank you, and I'll now suspend the hearing. Thank you. The hearing, and I now welcome representatives from the Australian Seed Federation to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the Trade Subcommittee?
Thank you. My name is Catherine Delbridge. I work as the Chief Executive Officer for the Australian Seed Federation.
My name is Joshua Collins. I work as the Industry Engagement Officer at the Australian Seed Federation.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you. I will. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear today. When we think about Australian agriculture, our minds naturally go to the end products, the grains, the fresh produce, red meat, dairy, fibres that Australia enjoys both here at home and also exports around the world. And rightly so, they are world-class, but before any of those products can reach a farm gate, a processor or a port, they all start with something that's often overlooked, the seed. Seed is the beginning of the agricultural value chain. It underpins productivity, resilience and the profitability of our farming systems. And while the seed industry itself in Australia is valued at around $1.3 billion, its impact extends far beyond that figure. You can draw a direct line from the work of plant breeders, seed producers and seed companies to the broader success of vast sectors of Australian agriculture, which, as we all know, has been forecasted to reach the milestone figure of $100 billion this financial year. The seed industry's contribution also extends beyond broadacre cropping, pasture systems and fruit and vegetable production. We also play a crucial role in environmental restoration through the native seed industry, as well as into the home garden market, sporting grounds and local councils through lawn and turf seed. And while the Australian seed industry is relatively small, it is highly innovative and globally connected. Australian breeders and seed companies develop varieties suited to a range of very challenging climate conditions here in Australia, which include both dryland and tropical systems. And these strengths position Australian seed industry well to engage with emerging agricultural markets, including those across Africa. As outlined in our submission to the committee, our current seed for sowing trade with African countries is present but modest. Our existing exports are predominantly Rhodes grass and lucerne seed, and they're concentrated to markets such as South Africa, Egypt, Morocco, Kenya and Sudan, demonstrating that there are already functioning trade pathways that could be expanded. However, a number of barriers currently limit the growth of this trade. These include regulatory complexity across the multiple jurisdictions within Africa, a lack of harmonised seed systems, including certification, variety registration and phytosanitary standards, and also limited market intelligence, as well as some practical trade challenges like logistics of shipping and insurance that also hinder trade. But despite these challenges, there are clear opportunities. In particular, Australian expertise in forage and pasture seed aligns well with many African agroecological systems, particularly in East and Southern Africa. There's often also opportunities for collaborative research, which we've just heard about from colleagues from ASEA, regarding varietal development and the development of agronomic knowledge, as well as seed exports. We think that government support will be very important in unlocking these opportunities around improved market intelligence and regulatory engagement, research partnerships, as well as targeted exporter support. We may be small in value compared with other agricultural export industries, but because we sit at the very beginning of the production chain, I think we offer something more than a direct just import of the impact of seed. And given that Austrade has reported that only 0.1% of its global outcomes were facilitated in African markets, perhaps sectors like seed offer a good place to start, industries that are small, innovative and capable of building new trade relationships over time. Thank you, and we look forward to some questions.
Thank you. I'd just like to start with obviously the seed for sowing industry and current trade between Australian and African markets. Can you explain sort of just in a little bit more detail about some of that in a practical way and what some of the benefits are for African nations?
Yep. So, as I mentioned, the two main seed for sowing varieties that are sent at the moment is Rhodes grass as well as lucerne. So quite different in what they present to different markets. Rhodes grass is tropical or subtropics, and so the majority of our production in Australia for seed production is in Queensland. It's used for grazing production. It's very hardy, it's very persistent, so it works well in challenging climates. It also acts as a very good pasture choice for weed management. It's very adaptable to different tropical, subtropical climates, as well as being very good at reducing nematodes in soil, so it's good for soil management, which assists with erosion. It's mainly being sent to Egypt as well as South Africa. And potentially the other side of the coin is lucerne, or alfalfa as it's known more in the global markets, which is a temperate variety which is used majority for not only grazing but also for silage, so that more fodder side of the industry. It's predominantly grown here in South Australia, as well as in some of the other temperate markets across Victoria, and it's a large export for us. It would be the #1 seed for sowing export, and Africa is a big market, as well as the Middle East.
And so you mentioned before that there's more opportunities. What are some of those opportunities?
I think the opportunities really lie in being able to expand to additional nations that we aren't currently trading with, and the reasons that companies are not actively trading with some other nations. Maybe need always comes into it, but some of the actual challenges that we look at as an industry are the regulatory challenges of the different systems in place. So if I can just explain a little bit about some of the systems that we operate in as the seed industry. So there's an OECD seed scheme, of which some nations around the world cooperate. There are 13 African nations which are part of the OECD seed scheme, and what that does is it protects varietal integrity. So if you have a variety that you have developed and protected yourself as part of the OECD seed scheme, that true certification and varietal integrity is protected. There's also UPOV, which is the International Union regarding plant variety protection. There are only seven African nations that are signatories to UPOV. There's a UPOV 78 and a UPOV 91. 6 African nations are signed up to UPOV 91. And again, if you're particularly an Australian company that has bred a particular variety and you have it protected here, you generally are looking at trading with nations who are signatories to UPOV to ensure that your variety registration maintains approval. There's also the phytosanitary system. So internationally, that's handled through IPPC, or the International Plant Phytosanitary Consortia. The IPPC, majority of nations are signatories to that. They develop the phytosanitary standards, but then it's up to countries whether or not they choose to implement those standards. And then the final one that I'd like to mention is ISTA, which is the International Seed Testing Association, and there are 14 African nations that are signatories to that. Generally, the seed testing part of the industry is very important for us as well, because if you have sent a shipment of seed that you believe will be accepted upon entry, but then through the testing environment when it arrives it gets rejected based on obviously there's always a risk that something is flagged, but particularly if there's a false positive, generally companies aren't going to risk the investment of shipping something that may be rejected upon entry. So it's that phytosanitary regulatory landscape around protection as well that is one of the barriers. The other side that we talk about is the far more practical challenges of things like seed is living. When it's being shipped, it needs to be shipped in the right conditions in order for it to arrive and be able to be used by the people that have purchased the seed. And so if it's a long shipping channel and in humid conditions, seed may deteriorate. And so in terms of trying to have the right facilitation and not being held on port for too long, that's a big challenge as well, as is the simple fact of trying to get insurance. So some companies just simply would not choose to trade with some African nations because they could not have their shipment insured, and therefore it's not worth the risk.
Thank you. Might go to Deputy Chair.
Thank you. There's some interesting stuff in all that. First thing I wrote down, started my notes, was the time sensitivity of seed, and you talked about the shipping routes. It's come up with us a few times before. Most of the product would be containerised, I'm assuming?
Correct.
And so is there any raw containers, effectively, not climate controlled or anything of that nature to manage those? And what is the time sensitivity of most of the seed products? I mean, there's two basically with, but what is the decrease in efficacy of the product longer it's held, for example?
A lot of, particularly in the pasture seed industry, you do have a relatively long shelf life, compared to some other parts of the seed industry. However, the harvest of that seed may have happened, the season before it was actually shipped, and then with that lengthy delay, we would generally, the recommendation, particularly for something like in the tropical market, the tropical seed market, you'd want to be, moving that off port within the sort of 10 to 15 days. So anything longer than that, and that might be held up due to constraints of the shipping industry, of what's happening on port, but also of those phytosanitary conditions needing to be met. As a real sort of practical example as well of something that we are looking in the industry to try and assist that movement, not so much obviously the shipping channels, that's what I would consider outside of our control, but something to be able to move seed faster when it does arrive on shore, is introducing a systems approach for seed. So there's currently a pilot project that's being looked at through the International Seed Federation. So we are all globally connected as the local National Seed Association within the global network. And what that pilot is looking at is to say that the onshore inspection, which seed heavily relies on, shouldn't be the only standard at which people are looking. There's a whole lot else that happens in the chain before you get to that point that matters in the biosecurity landscape. So the very initial seed production, was it done in a clean field? Were the inspections right? Were the seed testing done onshore? What conditions were they shipped? And if there are a range of phytosanitary and biosecurity measures that governments could agree to, it could make the onshore inspection faster and move things through. So we're trying to also understand where can we have impact as an industry. And interestingly, in that particular pilot, South Africa is one of the nations involved in the pilot. So the South African National Plant Protection Organisation, as it's known globally, but simply through the Department of Agriculture within South Africa, is there. Our Department of Agriculture here in Australia is very aware of the pilot, and we are keeping them informed of progress, because we would like to think that that could be something that Australia is involved in the future as well.
So the conversation we were having with ACR earlier about that development of the Continental Free Trade Agreement and the biosecurity systems that might serve the continent and the variations in the continent would be of real value in supporting your trade.
Absolutely. And the one, if I could as well, digitisation, that was mentioned as well, that would take the point that some countries do want a piece of paper. The opportunities for fraud with a piece of paper is higher than with a digitised system. It's one of the reasons that countries are looking to go that way. But the e-phyto system has started. In Australia, we have begun that work through obviously the teams at the Department of Agriculture, Forestries and Fisheries, with the Pacific nations initially. South Korea is now being, I think, the next nation that they're trying to engage with. There's a few others on their list. That's of great value to the seed industry, anything that is making that trade opportunity more efficient.
So I just want to go back to the timeliness bit for a moment. I was in another crop which is developing in this country but significant in other jurisdictions. We were being told by those who were doing the R&D work on that it needed to be planted, collected this year, planted next season, basically. So hemp is what I'm talking about, industrial hemp, not the other type. But it needed to be planted within a season, or its efficacy fell away quickly. So that's an important part of the transport system or the delivery systems?
Yes, absolutely. There'd also be things like, and again, not all seed that is shipped is treated, but in some industries it's all treated or even coated. When you're thinking about things like vegetable seed, I mean that's a very different part of the market. But there'd also be efficacy levels of the treatment chemistry that is applied to the seed as well.
And that would also be a requirement of supply, wouldn't it? I mean, you want to get a strong crop out of your seed. You don't want
correct.
you need a high germination.
High germination, exactly. And that's part of the sort of standardised testing system that we operate here in, which is through those ISTA international principles of understanding germination and purity are probably the two big numbers that people are looking at, because exactly right. And across the range of something like a vegetable seed industry, which is far more high-value, low-quantity seed of what you're looking for versus something like a grass seed, which is a higher quantity that people would be importing. The germination rates that people are acceptable do vary slightly, but they're all still, as you said, people want a crop.
Yeah. So in terms of the products that we are exporting, and you talked about the plant protection and the IP. In terms of who holds the IP for the product that's coming out of Australia, who are the main players in that? Are we talking the Monsantos and those sorts of organisations that would be doing the bulk of the R&D and hold most of the IP?
In some sectors, those more global multinational companies are the ones that dominate the market. However, in the pasture industry, both the tropics and the temperate pastures in Australia, there are far more smaller and a lot of Australian businesses that own those plant variety protections. If I tried to go through a list, it would be like an Oscars speech, and I'd miss the most important one, but I'd be happy, if of interest, to provide a list of our member names that actually operate in that space, so that you can also see maybe the geographical spread of those companies. But there's both international investment as well as Australian companies, but all of them are breeding for the Australian market primarily, and then also the export market as well. And as I mentioned, we have a lot of similar conditions that you can see in Australia versus the African markets. But it is the seed company that holds those variety protection rights.
I understand that. I was just interested to know some of the hierarchy of that, who's holding it, and whether or not perhaps even our trade was being managed in some way, particularly by some of those international players, or whether or not we've got locals who are eager to expand their supply range and therefore grow their business. Yes. In terms of the Australian R&D system, and so I'm assuming that you're pretty closely engaged with GRDC, how does that plug in then from the work that you would do with them, and perhaps relationships with organisations such as ACR, which would perhaps bulk up some capacity and support engagement with some of those African nations, and therefore develop a knowledge base which would then build into a trade relationship?
Absolutely. If I could mention as well, in the R&D space in Australia, AgriFutures is the one that looks after pasture seed.
Okay.
So there are 6 varieties of pasture seed which are levied. So, I know you understand the R&D system, and lucerne is one of those. Some of them are some other clover varieties, but not all pasture seeds attract a levy. So the R&D space that we would be talking about more in the export opportunities for Africa, I think, sits firmly with AgriFutures, and it is, again, it's a smaller market than something like GRDC is looking at. I guess when we're talking about the work that GRDC is doing, there's a huge grain export to Africa, like there is everywhere. However, it's not going in as seed for sowing. It's grains for other parts of bulk grains for other purposes. But it's absolutely an important piece. And just to mention as well that the board of the Australian Seed Federation, which are all members, all seed companies, we had a first meeting with ACR in December to do exactly as you're talking, and they spoke about that private opportunities for partnership is really important to them. It's also important for our industry, and globally the work that's done on some of these smaller varieties Indigenous seed as well was a topic. The native seed industry in Australia, it's always been there and been strong, but perhaps not been formalised. And that's a piece of work that a number of the native seed companies are doing at the moment to try and also understand, what also are the export opportunities. There are some excellent native pasture varieties that would be suited, I expect, very well to African climates across the board that we aren't capitalising on.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a couple of quick ones. So you've indicated, I think it's Egypt and South Africa are the primary markets, and Africa's, we always say Africa, but there's 54 countries within the African continent. Yes. Where is the next target for the seed sowing?
So Sudan and Morocco, where there is some, but it's not, it's not huge. Actually, I would probably Morocco actually in the Lucerne market. We can provide some specific numbers on notice, but I actually think that one is getting up there. Particularly, there have been some changes to some of the trade to the Middle East in the last few years, based on water usage decisions within the Middle East, and so again, Australian companies then need to look for new markets. Senegal, Zimbabwe, Algeria, and Kenya are the next ones on our list, and they're the names that I've got from our member companies that are looking, and those again, I don't know if they're all on. As I mentioned, there's 13 signed up to OECD. There's only 6 on the UPOV, so those are certainly the ones that would be of higher priority because it gives the companies more assurance.
Yeah, and you identified language as a barrier to
Yes.
building. Do you see indications or evidence of a dedicated strategy from government in relation to, the development of African language skills amongst I'd put it in terms of agricultural business community? And so I don't just mean French, Portuguese,
Yes.
Arabic, but
Yep.
those are obviously
Yes.
critical languages, but African, other African languages as well.
It's a very interesting question. I haven't seen anything that sort of gives any evidence to suggest the reason that as in from a government a response level, the reason that we wanted to mention language as part of our submission is that the seed industry is incredibly in person. So there is a World Seed Congress, there is an African Seed Trade Congress, a Euro Seeds Congress, and Asia Pacific Congress, in which people buy a trade table. It looks like an exam hall, and people over 3 days have meetings of 15 minutes, and for a lot of companies, that's their entire seed sales done for the year. So.
Speed dating.
It is seed dating, and which I think is quite unique, and therefore it does mean that if people can't have that in-person communication, which is what the industry still relies heavily on, then they're missing out on opportunities. So the African Seed Trade Organisation has its next Congress in 2 weeks. There are Australian companies that will be there in attendance. It's not, we're never the biggest part. Most of that is domestic trade, but also the World Seed Congress. There are always African companies present there to trade, but they often face visa challenges, irrespective of where it is in the world.
Yeah. And my final question, if I may, Chair, we've heard a lot about throughout this inquiry about, I guess I put it in terms of a very unfair risk perception of doing business in Africa, and not regulatory specific, but security, corruption, money laundering, the usual list of suspects, and that is a barrier for Australian businesses wanting to trade in Africa or grow a business. Do you have that same sense? Is there a reluctance because of these risk perceptions in your industry? And if yes, what can be done to minimise those?
Our members more raised insurance as their biggest practical challenge. I would suggest that there would absolutely be some views across companies that may have experienced issues in the past with some of what you've mentioned. However, I think we have a very willing industry to build those relationships, and generally the people that work for our member companies that are going to markets to trade, they are very happy to go and have those conversations within the continent. They travel frequently across South America, Middle East, Africa. Like, they are big opportunity markets. It's not, say, perhaps there's more potential with maybe fewer competitors looking at some of those individual nations, so that's where they see opportunity. So if there are opportunities for trade delegations, I think we would have a very willing industry to be part of something if outcomes that came from this particular inquiry.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Great, thank you. All right, well, thank you for your time today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday, 10th of April 2026. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering any questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. I now suspend the subcommittee's public hearing until 10:55 a.m. its public hearing in relation to its inquiry into strengthening Australia's trade and investment relations with Africa. This hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the committee's website. I now welcome Professor Matthew Newhouse to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the Trade Subcommittee?
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Matthew Newhouse. I appear in a personal capacity, but I note that I am also on the board of the Australian African Universities Network and the Committee of the African Studies Association of Australia and the Pacific, and both have asked me to some extent to represent them, and the AAUN has indeed made a submission as well.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and detracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. I should just mention that I've had an extensive engagement with Africa. I spent my childhood there in the 1960s and 70s. My parents were Australian missionaries in Tanzania. Returned to finish my education here. I joined Foreign Affairs and was posted to Nairobi, Kenya on my first posting. And I was later Australia's High Commissioner in Nigeria and Ambassador in Zimbabwe, covering up to 20 African countries in those roles. In 2009, the Rudd government got me to do an Africa task force on some ideas for improving our relations with Africa after I'd been at the Commonwealth Secretariat. After my period in Zimbabwe, from 2015 to 18, I was Assistant Secretary of Africa branch in the department and then headed the Middle East and Africa division. While I'm an Honorary Professor of International Law now, I continue to be very engaged on Africa, including through the Australian African Universities Network. I draw attention to my submission, but I'd like to make 3 key points in introducing this discussion, and those will not really be a surprise to you, and I think have been made by others. The first is we must look at Africa as its 54 countries, not as one continent. And I think our best approach in building the relationship, and in particular in the trade area, is to focus on 6 to 10 countries where real engagement is already underway and seek to ramp that up. Those countries that come to my mind in particular are South Africa, Kenya, Ghana, Egypt, Morocco and Mauritius, and I'm pleased we have posts in all those countries. For the longer term, there are some major economies that we have a lot of opportunity in. These include Nigeria, Ethiopia, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Tanzania, Senegal, Rwanda, Guinea, Cote d'Ivoire, Angola and Mozambique. And I hope we can drill down into that a bit more as to the reasons why. My second point is I think we need a focused trade engagement strategy built off mining, agriculture, technical capacity building, education, particularly at the university sector. We do need some government support to help us in this engagement strategy, working with the private sector, and I think that is very much missing at the present time. I would point out that one thing we could do, one very quick win, would be to have more ministerial engagement in the Africa Week that happens around the Africa Down Under mining engagement event in the first week of September in Perth. There was a period in the past when we had much greater ministerial engagement, and I'm sure that African heads of mission have drawn this to your attention. That said, very delighted with Anne Ali's participation for one day at the end of the conference last year. The third point, I think, is that we do need an Australian African Advisory Council to advise government, bring parties together and help fill the knowledge gap on Africa. People like me should really become more normalised, not the exception. We have many Africans of the diaspora living in Australia now. In my time as Assistant Secretary of the Africa branch, we had something called the Australian African Advisory Group, and while Julie Bishop was Foreign Minister, it operated quite well and did provide useful advice, but it was fully paid for out of my own branch at that time and did not receive additional funding. Where we have made real progress is where we've had institutions like the Australia-India Council and for a whole range of other key countries. But to have one that at least engages with the 54 countries of Africa and provides advice to government, I think would be very useful. We need a sustained policy on Africa instead of rediscovering Africa every decade. I was involved in my early career when we took Africa seriously in the 1990s, and prior to me, actually, because I came at the end of the Fraser period, Malcolm Fraser, as Prime Minister, took Africa seriously, and that continued particularly during the period Gareth Evans was Foreign Minister. Then, under Kevin Rudd, we also had a real engagement with Africa. Considerable support went into that. I was ambassador, first heading the Africa Task Force, then ambassador at that time, and that's where it was a high point of our engagement with Africa. This Albanese government did start by talking about having a serious Africa policy, but regrettably, and I've written on this, there have been very few initiatives and little actual substance. One important piece of substance has been the ACR program, which I think has been very useful. My final point, having made those three key points, is just about our posts. I think we could do with more posts in Africa. We did have in the past. I've myself been pleased to have been engaged in re-establishing the post in Ghana and in Addis Ababa, but also opening the post in Morocco during Julie Bishop's time. But one of the core things I pushed hard was on having more honorary consulates back in 2009, and I think we can do much more with very small resources to build up our honorary consulate network to actually support our embassies. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. So just on that, so talking about the honorary consulates, so where would they be? What would you recommend?
Well, let me give the example when I was ambassador in Zimbabwe. So I had a post in Zimbabwe. But we had considerable engagement with Zambia and Malawi, and I was responsible. I was, in fact, our first accredited ambassador to the Democratic Republic of Congo. In both Malawi and Zambia, I established honorary consulates at the time. There'd not been anything there. There were two businessmen. One were associated with a mining company, Paladin, in Malawi, and another who was an independent businessman in Zambia. I know the Zambian consulate still, it's a new person, but still continues. I have to say, by choosing those people who are engaged commercially, both of them were Australians, incidentally, and I think that really helps. We only had about $10,000–$15,000 to give them as an honorarium, so we used their premises, and it really helped us. In both Zambia and Malawi, we at that time, and we continue to have, major mining engagement. And it also meant we had a commercial focus in the way that we went about our work. During my time, we never managed to establish anything in the DRC in Kinshasa. It was a bit too complex. I'm not aware that that has yet been done. But, of course, the Congo is a massive country with considerable resources, and longer term is a country we should be taking seriously as well.
Okay. And look, we've heard from Austrade that they've reported businesses show minimal interest in trade and investment with Africa compared to Southeast Asia. Based on your considerable experience, what do you think could be driving the limited interest to engage economically with African nations?
Well, I think that of itself is not actually a particularly helpful way of looking at it, because that completely discounts the mining engagement, which, as you know, is worth over $60 billion there. And if anyone who comes to Africa Down Under Mining Conference will see that there are a lot of small Australian companies, as well as big ones, heavily engaged in mining. And these are making good money out of Africa. And off the back of the mining industry, there are a whole lot of service companies that are also doing well. And they've been doing this for, in my experience, because I go back to when I was High Commissioner to Nigeria and Ghana back in the late 90s, they've been doing it since then, over 30 years, a bit more than that now. So I think to discount the mining industry when you're talking about that, I think is most unfortunate, because as we know, mining drives our own wealth and our own economy. What I think has been the problem is the connection, and that does need more support from Austrade. Austrade has been particularly thin on the ground in Africa. When they opened a post in Nairobi a few years ago, they shut the one in South Africa. I couldn't believe it, and that is not helpful. We should at least have an Austrade post in South Africa, in Kenya, where they are, and in West Africa, and significantly supported. Ghana is an obvious point for a seat, and we have had at times efforts there. The second thing is, Austrade has not been good at organising, as it is in Southeast Asia or in Europe, where I had an Austrade post established in Amsterdam while I was ambassador in the Netherlands, and I heard from Austrade recently it's gone very well. It's been a great initiative. Austrade has not been good at supporting two-way missions, and they haven't been good at selling the opportunities or working off the back of mining. We used to have an Austrade presence at Africa Down Under. In recent years, it seems to have disappeared. I've been to Africa Down Under since I retired. I'm still very engaged with them. And I think that would be a very good starting point. So quite frankly, Austrade needs to do more and needs to engage with Australian business around this.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to go to the point that you made around education.
Yes.
It's, I think, a huge opportunity. A lot of our focus over the last 10 or 15 years has been bringing students here, and that's part of another debate that we're having at the moment with respect to our physical capacity. But what about the opportunities the other way? We heard evidence last week, I think it was Mauritius, where there's a campus from a university in Western Australia, from Curtin University. Some of the representatives from African nations have talked about the opportunities in their presentations to this committee over the last week or so. How do you see that opportunity for partnerships that operate in Europe? I think Morocco is one that expressed real interest when we spoke about it last week, but also in vocational, because we have I think, a fantastic vocational education framework in this country. And I think that's also an opportunity for us to work with a lot of nations in developing and working with them on their educational needs and skill sets. So you focus very much on university, I understand that, but I'm interested in both and your views on that.
Well, Senator, thanks for that question. And once again, I very much agree with you in this tertiary sector. While I am part of the Australian African Universities Network, I do see the vocational training as an important side of the tertiary sector. In fact, when I was ambassador in Zimbabwe and accredited as High Commissioner to Zambia, we had actually got up to the starting blocks at that time for a vocational training program in Zambia. Change of government and the change to aid program, a significant cut actually, as well as priorities, that never went ahead. And I always feel that was an opportunity lost, because it was very focused around the mining sector as well, and improving improving African skills through Australian training. The first part of your question was also about opportunities essentially for Australia in Africa, and you're quite right. The Curtin campus in Mauritius is going very well. Monash did in the past have a campus in South Africa, which it closed. that was quite some time ago. But in Asia and other places, we do a lot there. And there is more scope in Africa to do that as well. But at this very moment, the Australia-Africa Universities Network gets not 1 cent of funding from government. We work on the basis of the fees. We have approximately 15 member universities on each side. They each pay $10,000 in, and we have to work within that. We've got our conference coming up in June in South Africa at Nelson Mandela University, and I'm pleased to say a program we're running called Emerging Leaders in Australian African Diplomacy. We are able to bring those participants together only because of the generosity of the Nielsen Foundation, which has now given us some money. But we get no government money from this. And I think a bit of an investment from the Australian government into this sector, both the vocational sector and the university sector, could pay dividends. The point about African students coming to Australia is, yes, there is quite a significant number come. It adds to the diversity of our campus mix, which is very important to those of us on universities, and it also adds to our capacity mix, because with students coming in from Africa, you bring in different capacities. There was a question about language in the past, and I'm one of the few in the system who over the years, of course I grew up with it, speak some Swahili. But, you know, if you want Shona speakers, you want Swahili speakers, you're actually turning to these students to provide you with those skills. And we've contributed a lot back into Africa. And on that score too, I mean, I appreciate the fact that we have 45 or so Australia awards every year from their government. When I was ambassador in Zimbabwe, we had well over 400 Australian awards. And African countries remember this. We had significant programs in agricultural training and mining training, short course programs which were highly developed. And, you know, that was 15 years ago now.
Interesting. Perhaps something we can focus on as the inquiry goes on. You talked about the Knowledge Council and a formal structure here in Australia to support all of this. This may be a bit of a Dorothy Dixer, but I'll let you loose on it anyway. There would be a strong alumni to draw from, of both Australians who, like you, who've spent a lot of time in country, but also expats from from Africa,
yes,
who are here, so that it would have a strong foundation.
It would. I mean, I admit that if you put a council together and you decide you're going to have a sort of 12-member guiding board or whatever, there's always complications in doing that. But there are some bodies already, and you've heard from them or received submissions from them, like the Australia-Africa Universities Network, the Business Council, Australia-Africa Business Council, and a range of others who have. There's one called the Australian Mining Energy Group out of Perth, who are sort of peak bodies of a range of groups, and there are quite a lot of diaspora groups. So there are groups you can reach out to themselves, go down into the community, and there's a lot of people with expertise. One point I would like to make is a lot of that expertise resides in Perth. And I don't know whether you're having the opportunity to have a hearing in Perth or to a virtual hearing with Perth-based institutions, but Perth is the centre of gravity of our relationship with Africa, and I think that needs to be borne in mind. Obvious reasons why that's the case, but it's useful always to be conscious of that.
Well, I mean, I suppose in that sense that Indian Ocean rim,
yes,
is to a certain extent a direction we haven't necessarily looked, apart from, as your evidence says, a little bit sporadically, based on. I liked your point about rediscovering Africa every decade. I thought that. probably encapsulates a lot of what we've seen.
Yes.
So how do we prevent that cycle? How do we sustain what we're starting here?
Well, that's an excellent question, and I really do hope this will be more sustainable. It's certainly true that when Stephen Smith and Julie Bishop were foreign ministers, because they were based in Perth, they had built into their DNA almost an Indian Ocean perspective, and that was when our relationship with Africa was last at its height. But what has changed since then is the growth of the African diaspora, even on the East Coast side. And there used to be a joke, Africans don't vote. They might vote in Security Council, but they don't vote in Australia, so they don't matter. But actually the African diaspora is now an increasingly relevant part of the voting population of the country. And I think that too provides a way of sustaining it. But I do believe if we had a council of some form, and I'm not sold on what the name is, and I'd be very open-minded about how it would be appointed, it would of itself create a sort of ongoing advice and expertise to government which could survive through changes of government and could make a real difference in making sure we don't keep rediscovering Africa every decade.
It's a constant presence.
It's a constant presence, yeah. And Africans themselves are now a constant presence, so it should link into that.
Yeah, and a last question, thanks, Chair. In terms of the way we're laid out, if you like, across the continent of Africa, do you think that we could be more strategic in the way we do that rather than sort of regionally? You've listed your priority countries at various stages. Do you think that we could be more strategic in the way that we do that, and also with ensuring that the capacity is with all of the different elements of our representation? You've made some specific comments with respect to Austrade.
Yes.
But could we be a bit more strategic rather than, say, regionally structured? So some of those places pick strategically and then launch from there to other parts of the country?
Look, I very much agree with that approach, Senator. I think we are fairly strategically placed at the moment when you look at where we are across the map in terms of key countries and regions, so that we do have posts in Nigeria and Ghana for West Africa. We do in North Africa have Morocco, and I'm so glad that was our first Francophone post and only opened 6 or 7 years ago, and we have Egypt for a very long time, and then down the east we have Ethiopia, Kenya, which is the real hub of economic activity, both for the region but also for into the Indian Ocean area, and Zimbabwe, which for all its challenges still has quite a future ahead of it in my view, and South Africa, and of course Mauritius in the middle of the ocean. But and I'm very conscious, having lived and worked for decades in DFAB, that we're never going to get big resources to open new posts. But as I mentioned earlier, I think honorary consulates which are hubbed off those posts are important. I think there's still an argument for a Francophone post in West Africa. A country like Senegal in particular has always been one, Dakar, which I think would be a good base and which has lots of commercial possibilities. And I also think we need to augment our posts, and it could be with locally employed people who have more of a business focus. Our posts are small. You know, you're lucky if amongst the A-based you have an ambassador with 2 other A-based people. So most of your staff are inevitably going to be locally recruited, but they can be very good. But there has always been more of a priority put on, and understandably, people who will be doing the political reporting, helping on the consular side. That always has to be a priority. But I think they could be augmented with an economic focus, and whether they come out of Austrade or are just employed as the officer handling economic relations could be a matter for discussion.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Great. I just have time for a quick question.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to pick up on something you said at the beginning of your submission was that we took Africa seriously in the 1990s.
Yep.
So that's sort of coming up, almost 30 years ago now. And I wondered if you could expand on that. Is your evidence that we take Africa less seriously or not seriously? And what has changed since the 1990s from our side?
I should add, it wasn't just in 1990 that I was making that point of taking Africa seriously, but we took it seriously again from 2009 to about 2015. Now, that was the era of Malcolm Fraser and Bob Hawke, and of Kevin Rudd and Julia Gillard. Those were the two areas. Both of those were characterised by our greater engagement with the multilateral system and the UN, including running for the UN Security Council, which, incidentally, we're doing again in 2 years' time. But it was more than that. During the Malcolm Fraser period, we were heavily engaged, and Bob Hawke, we were heavily engaged with, first of all, Zimbabwe coming to independence, and then South Africa and the end of apartheid South Africa. So there was a bit of a political imperative, but side by side we were prepared to put in development assistance. We were training lots of students for these African countries as they emerged. During the Rudd-Gillard period, we had ramped up our development assistance more broadly across the world, but we saw Africa. We got Africa at that time. We got its future as a growing population centre. We got its political influence internationally and through the multilateral system. We knew that while we were on the Security Council, we had to understand what was going on in Africa because, some 60 or 70% of issues before the Security Council were coming out of Africa. As I mentioned, the Albanese government 2 or 3 years ago did say it was going to engage with Africa more, and I want to pay tribute to the work that Tim Watts did as Assistant Minister. Sadly, that role hasn't continued, and I have to say that other than the ACR program's expansion, and that was a significant investment, we haven't really done. So there's been a lot that's now been promised in the last couple of years which hasn't yet been brought to fruition, and this is where this inquiry is so important. And I'd like to also commend the focus of this inquiry, because what we need to get out of, in the past, we were in a bit of a development trap, if I might say. We do need to move to the trade and the commercial future, because the future is about building this trade and commercial relationship.
I can ask another one on notice, if that...
Yeah.
Or no.
On notice.
Do you want me? Yeah. What?
Yeah.
Just on notice. I noticed from your, we've got a summary of your submission as well as your submission here, and it suggests that we need to look a bit more closely at China's dominant role in Africa, and given our relationship from a trade perspective with China, did you mean look at it from a competitor perspective or a partner perspective? I just was hoping you could expand on that.
Absolutely.
But we may have to do that on notice.
I'm happy to do that, but just very quickly to say I'm looking at it from both perspectives.
Both, yeah.
And during my time as Ambassador for Zimbabwe, we actually did a dialogue with African leaders and with ASPI on the whole issue of engaging the dragon. And most of our mining in Africa goes to China, into China's economy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for your time today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday, the 10th of April 2026. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering any questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcriptions errors. I now suspend the public hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. public hearing. I now welcome His Excellency Dr. Noor Adine Ben Freya, Ambassador of Algeria, to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the Trade Subcommittee?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Noureddine Ben Freha. I am the Ambassador of Algeria in Canberra. I am covering Australia and New Zealand and also the Pacific Islands.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Witnesses giving evidence from overseas should be aware that whilst they are entitled to the protections of parliamentary privilege in Australia with respect to the evidence they give, these protections may not extend to another country. I now invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you very much again. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to present the Algerian perspectives on the best ways and means to strengthen and reinforce more Australia-Africa relations in the field of trade and investment. I value this engagement with a view to developing a shared vision in this regard. Africa's global engagement is evolving very fast. The open African economy, with its strong potentialities, is increasing businesses and investments, not only with the traditional partners, but also with the emerging ones. In this context, it is important in our perception that Australia-Africa relations move beyond the current trend, mostly driven by commercial interests and natural resources. The mining sector is dominating the Australian investment figures in Africa. A more long-term partnership is needed in the trade and investment cooperation between Australia and Africa. I would like to highlight the fact that Algeria is the largest country, the major trade and investment actor in Africa, and one of its big markets. Algeria has become, according to the IMF, the third largest economy on the African continent. The economic performance achievements were reached by the profound and structural reforms undertaken by the Algerian government to improve the investment environment, to promote foreign trade, digitalization and monetary policies reform. The Algerian vibrant and thriving economy is a cornerstone in the frame of the African continental free trade area. Algeria is diversifying its economy beyond oil and gas. In this context, it hosted the premier intra-African trade fair, which took place in Algiers on November 2025. This important intra-African trade fair unlocked tremendous opportunities under the African continental free trade area. Algeria developed many competitive legislative incentives, such as the investment law adopted on July 2022 and the new, more attractive law regulating mining activities adopted on August 2025. Significant investment opportunities are open to foreign investors in mining sector. In this regard, Algeria is developing a significant mining projects. On iron ore, Garage Billet project is positioning Algeria among the largest holders of iron reserves globally. Phosphates and zinc projects are set to make Algeria a major exporter, and Australian companies have a major business opportunities to explore in this context. Algeria is a key player in the African energy market. The Trans-Saharan gas pipeline linking Algeria to Nigeria via Niger is a major strategic project for Africa and Europe. The trade and investment cooperation between our two countries can be more developed further through a bilateral business council and the cooperation between Algerian Export Promotion Agency, ALGEX, and the Australian Trade Agency, Austrade. The Australian economic diplomacy presence in Algeria, can support also to develop further the relationship in trade and investment between our two countries. Further details are in my written contribution, which I have submitted to the Joint Standing Committee. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. So I'm just wondering if you could expand on what you see as the future trading opportunities between Australia and Africa.
Between Australia and Algeria...
sorry, I should have said Algeria.
Yeah,
sorry.
Algeria, we have... there is many, I can say, tremendous opportunities. Especially in mining. In mining, not only in mining, because as an African country we are always asking to go beyond the mining sector, because our traditional cooperation is on mining, it's focused on mining, and we should go more beyond mining. But I will start by the traditional cooperation between our two countries. On the field of mining, we have a great experience with Australia. We have Australian companies in Algeria, and we had also in the past companies trading with and doing investment in Algeria, in mining, in energy, and we look forward to develop more our cooperation to have a cooperation also in agriculture, on renewable energy, on. We have many many opportunities in this regard, and yeah.
And so, what could Australia do to support the growth of those new opportunities for trade with Algeria and Australia?
To take advantage of the new legislations to have a leading role in the sectors where Australia have the comparative advantage, mainly in mining, in agriculture. You have a great expertise on agriculture. We share many common interests, and many in this regard we can do more. We can do more. We can go beyond the trade, the traditional figures of trade and investment, and I would like to see Australia more proactive, more. In doing business in Algeria, and to take advantage of the win-win framework which in business in Algeria.
Thank you.
And as the partners, the current partners who are very who are very how to say very constructive, and we have many partnerships over the world, and from the OECD members, from the G20 members, and Australia as a member of OECD and G20, then and therefore Australia has all the strength and to be in the Algerian market. Yeah.
Great, thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thanks, Chair. So, what are the key developing elements of the Algerian economy at the moment? Which parts of the economy are growing at the greatest rate at the moment? You've talked mining, you've talked agriculture, and they're obviously key parts of your economy. But what other elements of the economy are growing most dynamically at the moment?
At the moment, the economy is the growing sectors are First, the hydrocarbons and gas, which is moving very speedily, you know, and we are developing many projects in this. As I said, we have a strategic approach to integrate Africa, especially in the...
So in the terms of, say, hydrocarbons, would there be an opportunity for Australian business to come in and provide support services for those sectors as they are developing?
Yeah, Australia has the opportunity, but also I would like to say that Australia was involved. Was in the hydrocarbons and for energy, for instance. We have some Australian companies who are in Algeria doing business with Algeria with Sonatrach. We have BHP. I can speak about the companies. BHP on energy it has a contract with Sonatrach. We have Terramin also. Terramin is now in a project on zinc, and the project is developing very well, and we are implementing this project. It's a very important project, and we are looking forward that Australia can take part in the other projects on iron. You know, you have on gold also. On gold, we have an expertise on this, and we are looking forward that Australia can take part in this field.
We've talked in this committee a lot with a range of different groups about the role of education. Universities.
Can I elaborate more, because you said that, I didn't elaborate more on the economic structure. We have, I said, the hydrocarbon and gas. We have also the agriculture in the main two, and we have the services. We have also the services, and the Algerian government is doing its best to develop all the sectors, to diversify it, because, as you know, Algeria was dependent on the hydrocarbon and gas, and now the Algerian government is diversifying its economy, and Algeria is moving forward in this regard.
Okay, so so going to education, do you see an opportunity for relationships to develop between Australian educational institutions and those in Algeria, developing partnerships that would support some of that government diversification program that you're looking to implement?
Thank you. It's an excellent question. Algeria is, as we are diversifying our economy, also we are diversifying our scientific and technological skills. And we are looking forward in this regard to develop more our relation with Australia. And we are looking forward to intensify, to reinforce our relation with Australia at all levels, from on training, for instance, and on training, it's very important. You have a very important experience in Australia. We can start on high level education and the relationship between universities, and we can do more. I think we have the potentialities in this regard to further encourage scholarships from Algeria, to give them the opportunity to have to be updated about the Australian research in the field of in the high, and also in all Australia you have many. You have great experience in this. We are, as an embassy, we are the bridge between the Algerian education and the scientific research institution in Algeria, and also the institution research here in Australia. And we can do more. We have some experience, but we can move forward in this regard and do more.
Thank you. You mentioned that you're now the third largest economy on the African continent. I'd be interested in your perspective of the Continental Free Trade Agreement process that's being developed and how you see that facilitating trade, particularly in Algeria.
The Continental Free Trade Zone in the African Free Trade Zone can help to develop not only the trade and investment within Africa, but also beyond with the relation of and develop a relationship with our partners. And in this context, the assessment is that not from outside Africa, is that the free trade zone, the African Free Trade Zone, will benefit our partners, the European Union, and Australia in this regard can also will benefit from it, because you will deal with one market. One market, it will be one market, and it will because it will simplify the trade regulation. You will, instead of dealing with each country, you will deal with more than with the 55. It's the trade, the continental trade, the African continental free trade, include the 55 countries. You will deal with dealing with one country, this country, with all this country at the same regulation. Then it will be easy for Australia, and not only Australia, for all the partners. It will boost the trade, and the prediction for 2030, it will, if this free trade zone will be implemented, it will give it will an important and how to say, important result in terms of the.
You talked about the possible development of a bilateral business council.
Yes.
What is the what is the what's the right word for it? What is the skill set, the knowledge base here that exists to provide the underpinning of that? Do you think that there's enough in the trade relationship already to sustain a bilateral business council? And what do you see the benefits of that being?
Thank you so much. It's a very important question, and it's related also to my previous view about the establishment of a strategic partnership between Australia and the African countries and Africa as a whole. We need these institutions to streamline, not to get to be an impediment. No, it's to encourage trade and investment in Africa, and the Bilateral Business Council is a tool. A tool which can, it's a tool, a mean which can help to foster our cooperation, to develop further our cooperation. We have experiences in this matter. Algeria, we have experience with the European countries, with Italy, with even with Japan. Yeah, it's very we have with Japan we have this bilateral council, which is very performant tool to boost our cooperation, because it will in this council will include the companies from each side. They will meet each other. They will have a business meeting with each other, and they will develop businesses together. And it's the best. In my view, it's the best. But we can think about other mechanisms. It's one which is working very good between, as I said, between Algeria and
so clearly your past experience with that in other jurisdictions has been very positive.
Yeah, very positive.
And so replicating that in a relationship with Australia would have a similar benefit.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks, Excellency.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Your Excellency. I had a couple of questions about the ease of doing business in Algeria, and noted in the paper with interest the investment law and the change to shareholder structure of companies. Since that was implemented in, I think it was October 2022, what have you seen as a result of that change? Have you been sort of happily inundated with foreign companies registering to do business in Algeria because of the shareholder change? What has been the outcome of that?
Thank you so much for this question. The outcome is very positive. I would like to say that the last figures, we had more than 100 companies, multinational companies also, who expressed interest, and also which is doing business also in Algeria. Now the outcome is very, very positive, and not only, as I said, with the traditional partners, but also with the emerging ones are doing, and as you know, the economy is the field of competition. Australia in Algeria was the pioneer, the leading country in mining. Now, it's another figures, and we as ambassador of Algeria in Australia, I hope that you will maintain your previous rank now, and frankly speaking, it's very, very positive, and we are doing business in accordance with the new laws, the investment laws, the 2022, also the mining laws. We are opening the new RGBLET project, which is a very important project. Also, we have, and we will map all the mining reserves. We have a deadline fixed by our government to map all the mining in Algeria, but what I can say and reaffirm that the outcome is very, very positive.
Yes, thank you. And can you tell us a little bit about Algeria's free zones? So where are they? What are their purpose? Do they have a different legislative regime to other parts of the country outside of the free zone? How does that work?
the experience of Algeria with the free zone experiences is very important, and it's not the first free zone we have. We had also the free zone with the Arab countries, which is also working very well, we have the free zone with the European Union, and also and now with the African Union is it's a new step, it's also important step in our economy, and the Algerian government is very committed to support the continental free zone area.
I'm getting more at the law on free zones of 2022. So it says in the paper here that it's a kind of a special economic zone, as it were, for foreign companies to do business, and there's tax exemptions and all kinds of other exemptions. So it's that kind of free zone that I'm interested in. Is that working well in Algeria, those types of special economic free zones within the borders of the country?
Thank you so much. It's free zone. It's about tariffs.
Right.
First and foremost, about tariffs. Then the free zone will suppress the tariffs. And as regard the taxes, they are taken into account in the investment law, and also in the mining law.
Okay.
First and foremost, the free zone, it's about tariffs, the customs tariffs.
Yeah.
And,
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And my final question, so I can see from here Algeria has signed up to ICSID and the New York Convention, which is very positive. Does Algeria have any plans to follow the Gulf model of common law offshore courts to allow foreign companies to litigate and settle disputes outside of the Algerian onshore civil system?
Yeah, it's a very important question, but our law is on the jurisdiction. We have our jurisdiction, which is, as you said, we on dispute settlement. We are a member of the main bodies, international bodies, which are dealing with the dispute settlements, and to permit the outside, it's linked to the if we are a member of as you said, the New York and Convention, then we will follow the agreements.
Yes.
What is stated in the agreement? It's not a matter of where can be well, if we accept or not the settlement, dispute settlement in overseas or in our national. It's this settlement dispute can be dealt with in conformity, in accordance with the contracts and what is stipulated in the contracts.
And so for investors who don't qualify for ICSID's jurisdiction and who don't have an arbitration clause in their contract, if they need to litigate or they have a dispute, they would have recourse to the Algerian civil court system.
Yeah, but they should. I think it depends to the convention. It's a very detailed question. Yeah, that depends on the how agreement between the two companies, and the Algerian law is applied, or when it is.
Yes.
How to say, yeah.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you understand what I mean. But we are member of many, as you said. I will not go through the details because it will take more time. But it's depending on the agreement.
Yeah, I understand. I think my sense is there is currently no plan to replicate the Gulf model of offshore courts.
What do you mean by
so in the UAE,
CCG?
In GCC. So in the UAE and Qatar, those two countries have implemented different jurisdictions within the country. So you have the onshore civil court system, which is governed by the UAE or Qatari civil code, as it were, and then you have the offshore court system, which is an English language common law jurisdiction that companies can opt into. And because of your, progress that you've made with free zones and the investment law, which is very similar to what has happened in the Gulf countries in the past, I just wondered whether you had the same plans for offshore courts. But my current sense is not yet. And of course, I understand the benefits.
No, I can't say that is not yet or yet or not yet. I can say that it depends on the agreement between the companies and also that.
Yeah, thank you.
And also we have sovereignty aspects, and also it's not easy to replicate. In every jurisdiction, it's not easy to replicate what is from outside to be adopted in every country has its jurisdiction traditions but frankly speaking, I am not an expert on this issue. But what I can say, it's our legislation is very modern, very updated, and we are a member of many instruments and convention on the jurisdiction, and we are open. It's an open economy, and we
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Your Excellency. I just wanted to touch on some of the comments you've made and the facts, and I think it's just fascinating. Algeria has 35 airports, a large, extensive road network. It's really, there's a lot of opportunity there. I'm just wondering if you can comment on the changing demographics in Algeria and some of the opportunities that might come from that.
Thank you so much for this question. Algeria is a young society. The youth represent a very important percentage in our population. As always, since our independence, this trend is taking the same path, And in Algeria, we consider our youth as a strength. Then we are investing a lot on education, on training. One of the most important figure in our budgets is the amount dedicated to education, to high school, to education, and also when we say education in Algeria, it's from at all levels until, And I would like to say that even in university, the Algerian governments pay all the fees for the students. But it's all the fees for. There is no fees for students in the university, at all, and which is an important achievement. And then you know this how the government of Algeria is doing very well in the to cover but not only on the fees, but also the logistical and also the pedagogic efforts. You know, we have the work, the staff in this education and the high school sector are very, very important, and it's then Algeria is doing, and in this regard we need an exchange between our two countries, how to exchange skills and experiences on programs, on how to, and I will tell you something that Algeria are very open now to other languages, the languages, to English, and to not only, this opening of two languages gave especially the emerging youth, they have more opportunities to learn many languages, and they are as good as in English as in Arabic. And this change in the. But briefly I can say that Algeria is doing a lot of efforts to take care of the youth aspiration in education, in work, for those who are seeking a job. The government help them to find a job, and it's why the rate of our is the rate of employment is very important in Algeria. And,
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so just to conclude, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday, 10th of April 2026. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering any questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. I now suspend the subcommittee's public hearing until 12:20 p.m.
Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you. The committee will now resume its public hearing in relation to its inquiry into strengthening Australia's trade and investment relations with Africa. This hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the committee's website. I now welcome Mrs. Teo Oriwo to give evidence today online. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the Trade Subcommittee? If you could just unmute, I think.
Hello?
Oh.
Get some background.
She just disappeared. Oh no, she's still there. Yeah.
Nope. No. I'll just suspend the public hearing until we sort this. Yeah. The public hearing. And I now welcome Mrs. Taylor to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the Trade Subcommittee?
Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to give evidence today. My name is Tayo Oriowo, and I'm a business analyst working in one of Australia's largest customer-owned financial institutions. And I'm also the founder of Sync Skills, which is a workforce development organization. My main focus is really supporting skilled migrants to translate their capabilities into the Australian labour market. In terms of my submission today, my submission brings what I would call a practitioner perspective to this inquiry. And through my work at Sync Skills, I have really observed daily on how African Australian professionals already function as informal trade infrastructure, facilitating market intelligence, and really that commercial relationship between Australia and African market, which currently exists. So basically, one of the key insights I would really like to highlight today would be the African diaspora in Australia and how it already represents a powerful, but what I would say underutilized bridge for strengthening the trade and investment relationship between Australia and African nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. And I note that you did make sort of an opening statement there. Is there anything else you would like to say before we open to questions?
Thank you. So I guess one of the things I would like to say, I really appreciate the opportunity in here. One thing I wanted to really mention before I take on question is I'm probably not sure if now is the right time, but I'd say it anyway. In terms of the inquiry and in terms of my work at Think Skills, one of the most powerful assets that I would say that Australia has got in strengthening the trade with Africa would be leveraging the African diaspora already living in Australia. And I know we might touch on some of these things within the questioning segment, but really one thing I would like to highlight is many African professionals here already maintain the strong family and business networks across multiple African countries. And they already have that understanding of both the Australian system as well as the African market, given that's where they've come from. And I know that they can also act as trusted intermediaries for any partnerships and investment. So basically what I've kind of seen that is needing a bit of strengthening would be how we strategically align and how this can be better positioned. So yeah, I would welcome questions from the committees now.
Thank you very much. I might just start with a general question. What do you think Australia is doing well in its current trade and investment relations with African nations, and how should we be building upon this? What would you recommend?
Thank you. When we think about what pretty much state of play in terms of where Australia is sitting right now, I would almost say when we think about the Austrade, or when we think about the DFAT, which currently is comprised of about 12 to 15 members who are currently representing key African regions and sectors, right? So let me just collect my thoughts in there for a minute. Okay, so when I did my research and during my reading, I realized that the evidence in which what I've seen is that Australian companies, I would say, are already succeeding. Just to align to your question on where we currently are. Currently, when I looked at the collaboration with some African countries like Tanzania, I realized that there are already 12 Australian mining companies over there that already have committed 26 million in exploration. Now, this could be an assumption, but I know that they've been chosen. They've been chosen due to the financing opportunities. And if I were to niche that down, I would say Australia, pretty much in what I would say recommendation. I don't have the figures right now, but I would almost say operationalizing the AFCA, the AFCTA, and second is leveraging the existing capability at a minimal cost, given that the expertise is here already. I would almost say we just need to formalize access to this. And the other thing that I would like to mention is really expanding the Austrade presence in countries like South Africa, Kenya, and in Nigeria as well, because this requires more investment. But of course, it would also address the current structural mismatch between the Australian investment and the trade that is currently existing within these African countries. Hope that addressed your question.
Thank you. Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Just to the last point that you made about increasing Austrade's representation.
Yes.
You mentioned 3 countries.
Yes.
Are there any other locations beyond that you would recommend?
Let me think about that one for a second. So first, I'm Nigerian. So I mentioned that because of what I've seen in terms of the data. I know that currently there is a interaction, or there is a current relationship with Tanzania. Just looking through my notes in here. With Tanzania, but I know that can be strengthened as well as it is. So aside Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa, I'd almost say Zimbabwe as well, in terms of the current positioning as it is right now.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned in your recommendations a number of sectors that Austrade could have sector specialists engaged in. You've mentioned mining services, education, agri-tech and financial services, renewable energy. What about education? What are your thoughts in that space? That has the capacity to develop long-term intergenerational relationships if done well. Do you see a role for Australia in that part of the economy?
Could you repeat the last sentence?
Do you see a role for Australia in that part of the economy and relationship development?
Yeah. Look, education, as we would agree, it sits at the intersection of different things. And I would almost say, like, it's quite important, right? So as it is right now, education already kind of sits as one of Australia's largest export industry. When we think about concept of international students, because I myself came into Australia to study as well, and international students already contribute tens of billions of dollars annually through different channels, so tuition, living expense, related services, and a lot of other stuff, which I believe this already creates that economic value and long-term diplomatic ties. So when you think about like universities, when you think about vocational institutions, and maybe even like English language providers, right? This already attracts students, particularly from Asia. I know I had some of them as friends at uni, and you would notice that there's a lot of increase as well when we think about Africa. But for me, like when I kind of think about like what would be like a significant room for expansion beyond just traditional university degree, I'd say areas where Australia could deepen engagement could include vocational education and training. So there are some countries right now that are experiencing rapid development. When you think about, I'd almost even say like countries like India, right? They have very strong demand for practical training. Even a lot of African economies as well. There's a lot of very strong demand for training within the fields of the healthcare, engineering, and technology. So when I think about even my work at Think Skills right now, there's a lot of training programs that already empower the skilled migrant to be able to effectively contribute into the economy, because one of the big situation with migrants is when you come into the country, it's really hard to get your skills translated into what is required in Australia. A lot of people, if you're not very skilled or you don't have the opportunity to be in an environment where someone could guide you on how you can translate your skills, then it's almost like we're doing Australia a disservice, because a lot of skilled people have now almost relegated themselves to just work in any type of jobs available, whereas the real problem is not that they didn't have the skills, but the real problem is like there's a lot of misalignment between like the education system in Australia and where they've come from. So for me, I would almost say like education partnerships can be very structured in a way that it would build deeper ties than simply just like recruiting. So maybe like research collaboration with like other countries or exchange programs. And I know that Australia has got exchange programs with like countries like UK, some other countries like that, but there's not a lot of that when you think about like the African countries. So exchange programs where one could almost go outside of the country for 1 year, learn, or people in Africa can come into the country for 1 year, learn, and then they can return to their country. Most of those things are impacted by visa restrictions or just inability to be able to foster that type of collaboration. So for me, I would say like exchange programs like that would allow Australia to embed itself within partner economies whilst also focusing on that talent development in other countries. That's almost like how I would frame that. What are your thoughts?
Okay, so there would also be some benefit there from perhaps at a government level, some engagement with some of those jurisdictions in Africa to see whether or not, or even at an institutional level, around mutual recognition of courses or programs, or having programs offered in those countries that would align with Australian educational standards to allow that transfer of people to flow.
Correct. Yeah.
So some work in that space would be beneficial from a number of perspectives.
Yes, and I can buttress that as well. So to the last point that you made in terms of people's education backgrounds and when they come into the country, because this, in my opinion, I believe would be a really strategic pathway for Australia to deepen those educational ties. Now, at a government level, one useful step is like mutual recognition of qualifications and professional standard. Right now, there's a lot of misalignment in what people have studied and what is recognized in Australia. So, an example of what I mean is you might find health professionals coming to Australia, and it's very hard for them to really integrate, again, because of the misalignment in education recognition. And what eventually happens is when people put in a lot of effort and they try so hard to get into the system, and it's proven very difficult, a lot of people would oftentimes just settle into any career that comes their way. So a good way to kind of navigate this is to really remove that friction for students and employers and make Australia a much more attractive education partner. At an institutional level, universities and perhaps maybe even vocational institutions can create joint or aligned programs with African partners. So it's not so different when people come into the country. Right, so for example, an Australian university might work with a university or technical college in an African country, and they can almost even deliver a program that locally follows the Australian curriculum standards. So when people complete a part of the program in their home country and they transfer to Australia for any advanced study, maybe internships or maybe even postgraduate training, that model would already allow students to begin their education at a lower cost while still connecting them to Australian qualifications and network in that regard. But in terms of, like, from Australia's perspective, I would say the benefit would extend even beyond education export. So such partnership would support talent development in emerging markets. It would strengthen diplomatic relationship and even create alumni networks that connect future leaders back. For people in the African countries, it's the benefit lies in really just gaining access to internationally recognized qualification and increase their capacity. So when as part of the work that I do with Think Skills, one thing that I've seen is I speak with lawyers, accountants, really skilled people, but because there's a misalignment in their qualification and the Australian qualification framework, it oftentimes proves very difficult, and a lot of people have to start all over again. Whereas the actual problem is in their skill set. It's just there's no recognition. There isn't recognition of their degree or their qualification. And understandably so, I can understand where that's coming from, but there's a lot of really big impact to the Australian economy at large, because people are meant to be giving their skill sets, whereas they're now focused on trying to see how the system would understand their knowledge, which would not be an area they should be focusing on if there was an alignment like this in the first place.
So you're almost talking about a significant productivity gain if people who came to work here didn't have to spend a lot of time upgrading or translating their qualifications into something Australian-based. So if there was a better alignment or perhaps the offering of Australian qualifications through institutions or in partnership with institutions in other jurisdictions, that time requirement wouldn't be necessary.
That is correct. And when you think about like the productivity gain, even for Australia at large, it's enormous. So when you think about people, I can understand professions like in the health sector. So you think about your doctor, and when you think about like nurses, etc. Those are like really, really critical roles that would require you understanding what's currently existing in the country. But all of these things can be solved through the joint partnership or even exchange program. Now, there's not so much gap between what has been learned within the African space versus what is required within the Australian jurisdiction. And also, when you think about your accountant, even like basic rules, when you think about accountant, there's such a big mismatch. And when they come here, rather than focusing on how they can leverage their skills and increase the economic situation of the country, contribute significantly, a lot of people are now focused on how do I explain my skill set to a hiring manager, because it's so different. And I've had the opportunity to speak with like hiring teams as well. And I realized, because when I first moved to Australia, I used to think, oh my God, like, am I not valued here? But I understood that it's just like, it wasn't like I wasn't valued. It was just more, there was no knowledge around it. There was no exposure as to what, as an example, from someone from Nigeria like myself, as to what I've done and how it translates to what is required in Australia. So that's one like very big thing in there. And to your earlier point, productivity, there's a lot of economic gain, and it would also help free up time for skilled migrants in the country. Now they feel valued, they feel like their skills are recognized, they think about a lot more ways to innovate as opposed to even trying to settle. The average immigrant spends anything from like 1 to 5 years just trying to settle. So you would find out before they can significantly contribute to anything within the country, you're looking at year 6, year 7, year 8, because the first 5 years is all about who is going to recognize what I've done, how do I explain what I can do, how am I going to get them to understand my qualification, how do I translate this qualification, and all of those things cut into, what professionals are really meant to be spending their time on, and which is why my earlier point around, exchange programs, aligning frameworks, and really building different education opportunities across these countries as well would significantly reduce some of this impact.
Yeah, thank you. You talk in your recommendations about some of the small industry export pathway program providing targeted support, including market intelligence. Do you think that there is a strong understanding or knowledge of what the African markets might be, except for those big dominant ones like mining and that seem to dominate the relationship and the trade partnerships at this point?
Could you repeat the last question?
Do you think that there is a significant knowledge, maybe you don't, that's fine, of African markets? I mean, the trade at this stage is dominated in mining, largely, and services around the mining industry, but and some agriculture. But do you think that there is sufficient knowledge of those emerging market sectors that people might want to invest into?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So basically, one thing that I would really highlight in there is there's a lot of focus around the mining, as you've mentioned. But one thing I would say that is kind of missing is there's a lot of really strong professionals, skilled professionals within other sectors, like within the technology space. That is probably not even tapped into right now. Now, when you mining and all of those other industries, they've historically shaped the relationship, and that's largely because of how Australia is positioned in the mining services. But there are other areas which I believe there's an opportunity in there, and that one is within the tech space. Even thinking about like the result of the work that I do currently at Sync Skills, is you can see there's lots of engineering, people with an engineering background, people who have done a lot of really amazing stuff within the tech space. Even now moving through into like the fintech spaces right now, there's not so much recognition or attention for that area. And there's a really big focus within the mining space. And I think this is one area that can also be expanded upon within that space. So that ensures that Australia can not just compete on scale, but also like compete on quality and diversify within that area.
Great. Yeah. You go.
I've got one. One of the things that's been mentioned to us previously is accessibility and trade routes. Do you have any thoughts on that? So the ease of getting to particular jurisdictions, I know it's a little bit chicken and egg, but for example, trade in products is reliant on existing shipping routes that sort of tend to take the long way around sometimes and take time to get there, and for time-sensitive products that's difficult. Do you have any thoughts on the impact of that on developing the trade relationship?
That's a good one. Just off the back of, I'll answer this, but just off the back of what I was discussing earlier, something's just popped into my mind in there, is in terms of the, I'd almost argue like many Australian small and medium-sized businesses don't really have like that big knowledge or that reliable market intelligence about the African economies. One thing that I've seen so far is we can agree, like Africa is not a single market, right? It's a continent of like more than 50 different countries with like different regulatory environments and languages and different economic structure. And if we don't have that targeted research and like targeted advisory support, many firms which is perceived as a region, I want to frame this properly. Many firms perceive the regions as complex or high risk, and this I know has impacted a few things just because of that perception of risk or perception of maybe these other countries don't have what we need, and which oftentimes will discourage the exploration of opportunities outside of the familiar sectors. So I'd almost say like the institutional link between Australia and African economies remain relatively thin in several areas that could otherwise expand trade. So I've mentioned the education services and some vocational training, but I think the big thing here is there's not a big understanding by Australian exporters within this area, which is something that I believe can be looked into. To your earlier question around what my thoughts were on the impact of that on developing the trade relationship, I would say accessibility and like transport routes does play a big role in shaping like the trade relationship. And in the case of Australia and like some of the other African market, I would say it's both a constraint and a reflection of like the current state of trade. So basically, at the moment, many shipping routes between Australia and Africa are quite indirect. And even if I brought it to very basic day-to-day situation, to bring things into the country, even just as a person, not from a business point of view now, as a person, it's really hard. And the logistics around it is not the easiest thing to navigate. So goods often move through like major logistics hubs in Asia, Middle East, or Europe before even reaching the African port. And that in itself contributes to delays, significant impact in time, cost, and complexity to the entire supply chain. Right. So, I mean, for like durable goods, that's manageable. But when you think about like time-sensitive products, like food, as an example, the longer transit times can really, really make the trade less competitive. So yeah, that's one thing. And you did mention like chicken and egg. I think shipping lines and airlines tend to expand routes where there's already strong demand, but the demand itself can remain limited if the logistics put in place are not efficient. And that can be, yeah. So basically, in other words, like I would say, like limited connectivity would continue to impact the trade growth. And with that, when you have like limited trade volumes, that can overall discourage like investment, even in better route. Yeah, so that would be like my views in that particular area.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday 10th of April 2026. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering any questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Thank you. Thank you. And I just want to check that we've got our next witnesses online. If you could identify yourself, that would be great.
Unmute.
And unmute.
Yes, hello.
Oh. Yep, great. And who are we expecting? Yeah, okay. I now welcome representatives from Village Support Limited to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the Trade Subcommittee?
Okay, greetings to everyone. My name is Dennis Jatto. Unfortunately, my camera is not functioning. I'm not so sure why. So I'm Dennis Jatto, of a senior admin and research and evaluation officer at Village Support Limited, and sitting in for Benny OM, who is unavoidably absent. I'm also a student in PhD at Queensland University of Technology, researching on the factors that influence suicide among African migrants and how to develop culturally appropriate suicide prevention strategies. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. So this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you very much. Just before I start, I'm accompanied by one of my colleagues and board members, Edwin Rubari, who is also online, and hopefully Seble will be joining us. And thank you for the opportunity given us as Village Support Limited to appear before you, Honourable Chair and members of the committee. Thank thank you for this opportunity and for us to appear and talk about strengthening Australia's trade and investment relations with Africa. On behalf of Benny Bo, who is not here with us, and as well representing the Queensland African Communities Council and Village Support Limited. Africa is home to more than 1.5 billion people across 54 countries and is one of the world's fastest growing regions. Yet Australia's engagement remains limited despite two-way trade amounting to $12.6 billion in 2024 and over 170 Australian securities exchange listed companies operating mainly in resource sectors. Australia's African diaspora of about 80,000 in Queensland contributes to Australia's social, economic and social and political life. Yet their knowledge, network and potential, which provides a ready bridge to deeper ties and connection to Africa, remains underutilized. Despite governance and security challenges in some parts of Africa, Australia's Indo-Pacific focus, competition for major global partners, limited diplomatic presence and costly education agents, there are still enormous opportunities with Australian trade and investment in Africa facilitated by people-to-people engagement. Why should Australia invest in Africa? There are economic opportunities. Africa's rapidly growing population, expanding middle class, and emerging market offer significant opportunities for Australian trade, investment, and long-term commercial partnerships. Africa is home to strategic resources. The continent holds vast reserves of largely untapped critical minerals and natural resources essential for the global energy transition and diversified supply chains. In addition, increased investment can strengthen diplomatic relations, support sustainable development, and generate shared economic growth for both Australia and African nations. In this area of education and culture, expanding scholarships, university collaborations, cultural and student exchanges can deepen people-to-people connections, enhance skills transfer, and build lasting diplomatic and economic relationships. And lastly, collaboration in health, agriculture and climate resilience, mining and critical minerals, and governance reform can foster innovation, capacity building, and sustainable development outcomes. Based on the above mentioned and more, we recommend an expansion of Australia's diplomatic presence, partnership with NGOs and African diaspora organizations, enable direct university applications for African students, and strengthen regional trade engagement with economic communities for West African states, ECOWAS, Southern African Development Community, SADC, and the East African Community, EAC, among others. In closing, Australia's relations with Africa is currently underdeveloped and relative to the continent's strategic importance and the strength of our African communities. With targeted diplomatic investment, smarter education pathways, and genuine partnership with community organizations, we can unlock substantial social and cultural benefits for both regions. I thank the committee for its attention and we look forward to answering any available questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labari. I just wanted to check, did you want to introduce yourself? I think we might have missed that before.
That's okay. Thank you very much. My name is Edwin Lubari. I'm the board member for Village Support Limited, accompanying Dennis Jatta, who just spoke. Thank you.
Dennis, yeah, okay. Great. Thank you very much. Okay, so I might just ask a first question around your organisation, and as you said, represents more than 80,000 people and organisations of African descent residing in Queensland. What current level of trade and investment with Africa is there, and what level of desire is there to increase this relationship?
Okay, thank you very much. As at the moment, like I mentioned earlier, the level of engagement is pretty low, and that's why we're here to make sure it expands beyond what it is now. The African diaspora in Australia is quite involved in the economic sector, setting up small businesses, but we feel that Australia's engagement in Africa will unravel trade relations to a greater detail by maybe expanding into the resources that are available on the continent. And that desire is there, shown by Africa's diaspora that's here, and trading between Australia and Africa. We feel that if Australian government, through diplomatic missions, can partner with this African diaspora, it can be able to expand that market and both Australia's presence in Africa and Africa's presence in Australia. Thank you.
And are there any particular industry areas that you see that increase in trade?
Regarding increase in area, the main areas that we find is more in the area of maybe clothing and a bit of food coming in. But we feel that there is more to expanding in this area. We find more than 170 Australian companies in the mining sector, but there is more in Africa than mining. And we believe that cultural exchange can expose Africa and as well kind of demystify the conception about Africans sometimes. Sometimes the interpretation from far is that, it's unsafe, or it's not a place that we can do business. But I think it takes an effort to get there and see what's there, because even amidst the challenges that we might have, so many countries are engaged in Africa, and we are asking, why not Australia?
So I'm really interested in that. So you're talking about, obviously, the perception. But how do you, as your organisation, help change that perception?
Thank you. We work in a very strategic area where we work with young people, and we address issues of antisocial behavior. And through that, we realize that certain circumstances may have predisposed them to the behavior they go through. It's not a reflection of who really they are, and that's not a reflection of who Africans are. So we want Australians to know Africa more. And the best is in the economic sector. The best is expanding the resources. Because we have found Australia has given many Africans opportunities. And so why not open Australia to opportunities in Africa as well? We're working with young people, and we feel that expansion in this area will be able to have a greater ripple effect on their families back home. Instead of putting pressure on them, there will be increased economies across Africa as well, and there will be job creation, and that would contribute by extension to reducing migration. So we feel, because behind conflicts, behind side of migration is economic. And so we believe that while Australia benefits, Africa also stands to benefit, and that can contribute in a way to addressing issues of migration.
Great, all right. And so how does your organisation support businesses seeking to export to or import from Africa?
We have done that in two main ways. One of the ways is that we talk with diplomatic representatives of African continents here. Whenever they come to Queensland, we always invite them to our centre, and we have conversations around this about the need for them representing their individual countries to push forward Africa's presence in Australia. The second sector is encouraging, offering support letters to African diaspora who want to do business across, so that they can be able to bring their goods into Australia and vice versa without having any issues. So we think that we can expand our support greater by engaging with your office.
Great, thank you. And just one last question from me. So you call for the establishment of a cultural and educational exchange program. How would that work? How do you see that operating?
Yeah, we want Australian universities to be fair across Africa. I am studying as a student, and I had to sort things out myself, and navigating that was quite complex, because to study in Australia, you have to pass through an agent. And when you pass through an agent, they charge you very high fees, and many people can't afford, very brilliant people can't afford. So we believe that cultural exchange, especially promoting education and leveraging for the poorer people to be able to have direct applications to universities would be important. The other aspect is about partnering with African universities so that their students can be able to have short-term internships in Australia, gain Australian experience, and Australians going to African universities and also having the experience of how African universities function. We think that exchanges in this area and understanding about African culture, African history will kind of broaden our understanding of each other and facilitate business partnership.
All right, thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thanks. I might take up from that last point. But I am curious to understand a little bit more about the financial burdens created by education agents. So if you could expand on that a little bit for us. You mentioned the development of relationships between institutions both here and in African nations, and the offering of Australian-based courses in Africa. You would see that as an advantage to the development of the relationships?
Yeah, I think so. Because let me start with the first one about the burden caused by, should I say, indirect applications into Australian universities. I personally come from a very low economic background, and so having to have raised the amount of money, which I might not disclose here, to pay to an agent to gain admission, I compare to that of entering into a UK university. And I ask myself, why would I apply directly into a UK university online and I'm granted admission, while for Australia, young people have to go through agents whom are more maybe business-oriented? I think there could be a way around this to facilitate that process for young people who want to engage, because many who are struggling to go to school come from poor families, and Australia offers them that opportunity. And I feel that if that burden is uplifted, it could be able to help. The other area is about regarding relationship. I think that there is a lot that Australia would discover about Africa. This is not yet known in terms of benefits, exploring Africa's vast. I see, for example, most of the houses in Australia are constructed with wood. And that is something that is vast across Australia. I see lots of wood leaving Africa and going mostly to Europe. Wood can leave Africa and come here and produce and provide a lot in the construction sector. I also think that there are Australian businessmen here who have things that they can't want to sell in Africa. The African market is vast. But because that relationship is not as strong as it ought to be, I think that they're missing out on the African market, which is quite promising going to the future. And we feel that while we look forward to future aspirations globally, we believe in that Australia, with the stability in terms of security, stands a greater chance of inserting into Africa and bringing a lot of benefit into the Australian economy. Thank you.
Can I ask what engagement your organisation has with some of our national organisations such as DFAT and Austrade, and how collaboration with them might support the recommendations that you make in your submission?
Yeah, we are quite in contact, and we work in close collaboration with DFAT, especially working with people from migrant backgrounds as well. And they attend one of our meetings, which holds every month. And so DFAT is always represented, and we feel that they stand a very great role of promoting this partnership. We are at a point where we want that partnership to expand, because at your level, we think at the national level, you can promote things better than we are doing at state level, because for now we do that only in Queensland, but we want it to be a national thing. So we get to engage with them in the little ways we can, but at greater levels, we push our diplomatic missions, like we talk with people, the new ones from Botswana, Kenya, and so on. When they come to our centres, we push forward this, because as an organization representing Africans, we can't do this alone. So we need to partner with them, because Africa is 54 countries. And so I can talk here with my voice on behalf of Africa, but each nation has specificities, and so that can be facilitated through their diplomatic missions represented in Australia. And I would just add here by saying that that is also an area which we find quite missing, because so few Africans have diplomatic missions with Australia, and if that is expanded, that could be able to broaden that space of economic engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, and that leads me nicely to my next question. Are there any strategic markets that you think that expansion should start from and then work out from into other parts of the continent?
Yeah, I would be quite specific, because in terms of security, I would start from there, because no one wants to invest where there is instability. Like I mentioned in my opening remarks, ECOWAS on the western part of Africa, SADC, the southern part, and then the economic communities of East African states to the east, they have quite safe havens for economic engagement with loads of different kinds of minerals that I think Australian industries need. And so while the center might be a little bit unstable, these areas are quite open to international market. And so we believe that investing in these areas is important for the Australian economy, for business people coming in and getting what they think that can be useful to the Australian economy. So those markets are ready. If you look at the younger generations of Africans, they want kind of win-win engagement with external partners. And that's the major thing that we think that Australia can be able to stand a better chance because of your straightforward and clearer policies in the economic sector.
So in terms of that development, we've had a number of conversations and discussions about the development of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. How do you see that facilitating the development of trade with... well, it's designed initially to facilitate trade within the African continent, but then supporting trade internationally. How important do you see that as a development?
Thank you very much for that question. I think it's crucial to our conversation because for many years Africa has not survived because of internal borders that block trade within the continent. So right now there's been significant discussions over the years on removing these blockages and making free trade within kind of intra-African trade. And we believe that that would facilitate Australia's entry because it will make movement of goods easy. If Australia can have entrance to a port in South Africa, goods can come from neighbouring country into South Africa and Australia can take them out without any hurdles, especially in landlocked countries. So we feel that removing these borders is quite important to, I think it's timely, I would say, to Australia engaging with Africa because formerly we used to, maybe I come from Cameroon, going from Cameroon to Nigeria, I need a visa. But that's now not becoming the case. We are now having many countries being visa-free, facilitating movement. And I think that is also going to make life easier for Australian businessmen engaging with Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. In relation to where various countries naturally look for trade, is there anything that we should be doing to become the country or one of the key countries where African nations naturally look to trade? So sometimes those things are based on proximity, sometimes they're based on transport links, sometimes they're based on other historical matters. How do we place Australia to be a natural place of doing business? Okay,
thank you very much. I think if I in most discussions today, what you would hear across Africa is the Gen Z. And these are people who feel that they've suffered the consequences of bad governance. They've suffered the consequences of mismanagement of resources. And so they're now saying, we want people who would be equal partners. And so engaging with Africa on an equal partner basis would certainly facilitate Australia's entry. But because in the past what we've had as trade relations with other countries, it was more like a superior, inferior kind of, where someone comes and takes away the greater chunk and then leaves Africa with nothing. But its current generations want an equal basis partnership, where if they have resources, these resources contribute in addressing their national issues, and while those who are coming for these resources have their own share to take away. Because, to be honest with you, any engagement with Africa that would not provide this benefit would be very difficult. And that's why you find a lot of resistance in other countries, wanting some people to leave because they've been exploiting these resources at the detriment of Africans. So we feel that Australia, with good policies, can be able to engage with Africa in ways that both parties benefit. Africa would have their share and Australia would have their share. So I think it's an important sector it's an important aspect that needs to be handled. Because we do not, while we feel that migration remains as old as human history, we believe that at some point people should not be migrating for economic reasons. There should be enough jobs in Africa for Africans. The economy should be good for Africans to be in Africa than moving around just because they need jobs. I know in terms of insecurity, that could be a very different thing, but in terms of the economy, engaging with Africa, there is more to benefit. All that is important is let the country that Australia wants to engage with see goodwill, good intentions for them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Great. All right. Well, thank you for your time today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, please forward it to the Secretariat by Friday, the 10th of April 2026. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering any questions taken on notice today, and you will have the opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. I would like to thank committee members and you as the witness here, all witnesses today, for their time today, and declare this public hearing closed.